out in the sun, and it's bloody hot outside, let me tell you. No, I thought they were solid. I will say this. They must have come closer than anyone to burning the stadium down. With the amount of flames and fireworks and everything else that went off, you have to say it was an extravaganza. So at least we're trying to put on a big show in the same sort of hemisphere or stratosphere as Robbie Williams was last year. We need to set the bar and maintain it every single year. This is going worldwide. This is a big game. This is one of the biggest crowds people see around the world.
Yeah.
We've got to have entertainment that matches it.
And they nailed it. They had lots of little kissettes, kids running out on the ground. Currently 29.4 degrees. Nathan not too far away, but always good at this stage just to get a little statistical indication of what we're going to see of the man that dominates on this day year and year again. His name is Ash Chewer. He joins us for Red Z. G'day to you, Chewy. Great to see you.
Good afternoon, Howie. Great to be here. Well, expectations are it could be a tight one because the 5 finals played at the MCG this year have been decided by an average winning margin of 8 points. And we know that Collingwood, they excel in that particular area in terms of the close games. Under Craig McRae, they've won 12 out of 15 decided by a goal or less. But just for Brisbane, good record against Collingwood of late. They've won their past 4 matches, averaging 120 points per game. And Lachie Neale, we know he won the Brownlow with 31 votes, number 1 in the AFL for clearances, but past 4 matches, Howie, against the Magpies, he's polled 3 best on grounds with 9 Brownlow votes, averaging 29 touches and 6 clearances.
Thank you, Chewy. This is the Triple M footy prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly. Now, it always interests me who's going to call up on grand final day for the boundary, Bob Jane T-March style. There could be only one. And this is a man that brings more excitement than Gene Simmons himself.
There was no choice in this, Howie. This was a lock in round 1, this was.
He's always peaking on the biggest day in September. His name is Mickey Roberts. He's smooth, he's good looking, and he's always full of vim and vigour. Good afternoon to you, Robbo. It is warm.
Good start.
Well, that's what you get on Triple M football. You pump a bloke up, and that's what you get.
Tell you what, there are some big names down on the boundary line, though. We can see the Cup ambassador, Josh Kennedy, for a former Sydney Swan champion. And the Cup presenters. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Peter Moore presenting the Cup to his son, Darcy, or Lee Matthews presenting it to the Brisbane Lions?
Talking about presentations, you might not be aware, our man Luke is the chairman of the Norm Smith Medal voting. So from my understanding, Chief, if it's tied, our man Luke casts the holding vote. Now this is not something you want to get wrong, Chiefy.
Does he have the ability to do a Ross Glendinning? If he doesn't like what they come up with, he just changes it to suit himself.
How are you feeling about this privilege and honour?
What I love about the current world is that, let's just say, for example, you maybe don't get it right. People are pretty forgiving, Howie, these days.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a real feedback-driven environment, Chief, so I'm pretty relaxed about it. It's a big honour to cast the norm. I tell you, because we cast the vote, it's C. Judd who reads out the vote. He's the one that might do the Ross Glendinning, Juddy, and as we know, he's been prepared to go rogue many times before, Howie. But
I'd stick close to the Chew man in that. But you don't. In the past, it was coming up to the end of the match, but now it's on siren, is it?
Well, I think you want to at least get to the final siren, and there's a little bit of time to get those votes down to ground level. A pretty big award, Howie. Hopefully we get that right.
Don't just stick by convention either, Duke. Don't just go with the numbers. That's too easy. We're looking for the players that impact the game, those that determine the result of the game.
Even just a heart and soul. Jack Ginnivan comes on 6 possessions and you feel like he had the impact, Chief?
No.
We'll support you, whatever you go
That's
with.
what I love about this environment. It's a fully supportive environment. Who Norm Smith tip, Chief? Who gets it done on the big stage?
I tipped Lachie Neale, but there's dozens of players out there that could happily walk away with one, and I just think we've got a cracking game. We've got the best 2 teams, chock full of confidence, both of them, ready to do us. I think do the game proud on the final day.
Bob Jane T-March will chime again. Mickey Roberts, come in, Robbo.
Yeah, it's gone from 29 degrees to 50 down here, Howie. Seriously, you can smell gunpowder the whole joint. I said that they're going to blow the joint up. It was on fire at one stage. I'm just looking at Peter Moore and Lee Matthews going to present the cup, and could it be Darcy and Dad out there at the final siren, or Lee Matthews so tied to the Brisbane Lions? So they're quite nervous. They're on the boundary and just in front of us, ready to get stuck into this. Collingwood have flipped it a little, as we know. Dan McStay out with that medial ligament knee, and Billy Frampton, the versatile man, gets his chance. And heartache with that hamstring for Taylor Adams. Brisbane unchanged, as we know. Payne didn't get up with that ankle, but the crowd is thumping, and I've been in here for a couple of hours, and they have filed in, and they got here early just to see Kiss. They're rock stars. That I agree with the Chief. That was global. That'll go all over the world, and we will get a massive tick for that. Storylines everywhere. Fagan v the Fly, and the boys out here ready to go with the cup. The subs are Lipinski and also Jared Lyons. Winners, the heavyweights, 1v2. I reckon the Pies get it done. So Learn to Fly is Craig McRae today. The Pies, Collingwood fans will be ecstatic at the final siren.
Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T&Cs apply. Just
a remarkable setting, isn't it? And Robbo, he just sets the scene as well as anyone, Howie, in the game. And not many are not in their seat early here. And a little while ago, Chief, I'm not sure whether or not you heard the Collingwood chant echoing around the stadium. We know there's often a thought, Howie, a lot of corporate tickets are here, but I promise this is an 80% Magpie crowd, which is a good thing. As I turn to my old mate, the old teammate, the All-Australian, the man who's got the shiniest face in football media, Nate Brown. Welcome to you, Nate.
Good to be here, Duke. I've just done the hour outside with Damo and Bernie Vince and Bill, so it was nice to be part of the people. Very hot out there,
Very
Howie.
hot.
So it was good. We spoke to Simon Black. What a good man Simon Black is. Have you met a better bloke in football than Simon Black, 3-time premiership start? And he was so excited about today's Brisbane Lions. You say it's 80-20. There's a lot of Brisbane Lions fans out there today, Duke, and I think this is going to go right down to the wire.
And did you see Russell Coit out there in borrowing shirt?
When I left the house this morning, Christina said, are you going fishing today?
Nah, you're pulling it off, Nate.
I know.
Chief, we said
you give that a tick.
Well, I'm just being generous. Grand final. I'm trying to be nice to everyone.
Unless he's bought a Jim's mowing franchise, let's be brutally honest. You've got no right wearing that shirt.
Look like you're from the redneck belt out in
Jim's
here we go. Go on, Nate.
No. It's all about
Bought him off then,
all about the grand final today, Chief.
Chief, we saw the Pies run out last Friday night, and we described it looked like Darcy Moore was on the way to a 21st alongside Nick Dacos. Just smiles plastered everywhere. It's different to how it was played in your day. How would you have gone with that just enjoying, embracing approach that especially Collingwood seemed to bring to the table?
It's a great way to go about it. I mean, that's the modern game. But we saw Richmond do that. Remember, they started telling jokes in the pre-game warm-up, and they'd walk away from the huddle or run away from the huddle laughing, in fits of laughter at different stages. It's all about enjoying the game. You work hard enough. You don't have to be this super serious dude 100% of the time, because you're there to enjoy what you do. They love what they're doing, so why not enjoy it?
And you know what I love today? I pick up the paper and Isaac Quain is talking about how Charlie Cameron's beaten him the last 2 times. I want to get him back today.
A very special guest with Mickey Roberts. Robbo, Bob Jane.
Absolutely. And we were talking about Darcy and Dad. I got Peter Moore, the great Peter Moore, 5 grand finals, and got the honour to present the cup. Geez, you'd be hoping to hand it over to the boy, wouldn't you?
Yes, Robbo, it's exciting. You know, we're really thrilled. Got the whole family here upstairs and the AFL lunch. And it's been a great day, and we're all really looking forward to the match and hoping that we do get to present the cup. Lee and I decided we're both coming down at the end, and no matter what the result, and we'll either present it or console the guys that don't win. So hopefully we're presenting it.
Had a word to Darcy about today and how to handle it?
No advice from me, mate. He's well and truly in command of what he's doing. No, he's very calm. He's always calm, excited, and I think just really thrilled to get the chance. And I think he'll be fine.
Where do the Pies get it done?
Oh, I don't know. There's so much analysis. I'm confused with all the stats and all the analysis. But look, if they bring the pressure, they're hard to beat. So they've got to bring their pressure. If Brisbane's good enough, they'll deal with that pressure. But I think it's all going to come down to the pressure and the opportunities that the pressure creates for the Collingwood blokes.
Geez, you look sharp. Have a great day. Don't get too nervous, Pete.
Mate, I'm in the lucky outfit, the black and white jacket, so let's hope it works today.
You're a champ. Thanks for your time.
Great stuff. Mickey Roberts just bailing up the great Peter Moore, who, if Collingwood win, will present the Premiership Cup, and if the Brisbane Lions win, it's the great Lee Matthews Darcy, who's got his fingerprints all over today.
It's the 1 degree of separation from Lethal, isn't it? Spent an hour and a half with Lethal outside, and you look at all the impact that he's had, Chief, your great former teammate on his connection to Chris Fagan on the board of the Brisbane Lions Footy Club, Craig McRae, and all the triple premiership Lions. He was the coach in 1990, at the Magpies. So it's almost Lee's day today, isn't it?
Well, you look at how many coaches there are from that side. So you've got the Scott brothers.
Yep.
You've got Justin Lepage coaching. You've got Blake Carosella coaching. Craig McRae, obviously. And then you had Michael Voss last week who made a preliminary final. It's almost half the coaching department of the AFL at the moment. So it is a great legacy.
And on the other side, Craig Kelly's the CEO. He was part of that 1990 premiership, and Graham Wright as well. A lot of fingerprints from Lethal everywhere, aren't there, Chief?
There are. In actual fact, there's a lot of cross-pollination about today's game. He could be on either side of the ledger, and everyone would be very, very happy. But as long as we get a good game, I genuinely do not care about the result. We just want a cracking grand final, and we should get one.
I tell you, I'm looking forward to today, Duke, and obviously the ruckman of a big interest to you, but big Oscar McInerney. I think he's had a fantastic final series. He beat up on the Collingwood side twice this year, and they go in with Cameron and Cox. Cox might play a little bit of time forward, but I love the way he pushes the ball forward out into space for his players. He's a big man. He goes forward and he kicks goals like he did last week, and I think O's in for a big day.
Here come the Brisbane Lions. Lockie Neal leading them out alongside Dane Zorko. Harris Andrews is there. Hugh McCluggage looking for a fourth premiership. The might of Brisbane roll out onto the MCG. It's a Collingwood-dominated crowd, but here come the Brisbane Lions.
A lot of supporters down from Brisbane. There's plenty of colour. We've seen them all weekend, and they've got some really good pockets to support here at the G. We know it's going to be an overwhelming Collingwood crowd, and they will make some serious noise, but there are enough Brisbane fans here to give the boys a little bit of confidence.
How do you subscribe to the theory that Brisbane will handle this heat a little bit better, Chief? I mean, they train in this a lot more, but I'm of the school that Collingwood come out here for 2 hours and give it their very, very best for 2 hours, and it'll affect them more in 2 or 3 days' time or backing up again next week. But there's no next week, so they can give everything.
It mightn't have a huge impact at all, but certainly Brisbane will feel comfortable. I mean, it does feel like home, doesn't it, this sort of weather? So they're going to back themselves, but both teams are confident. They've had great campaigns. Everything's gone perfectly. And neither's taken a risk with injury. Taylor Adams, they made that decision really early in the week, which I think was a really smart thing to do, and just take all the speculation out of it. The same with Jack Payne. They didn't need to take a risk. Darcy Gardner came in last week, played a great role. You say, mate, you've got to do it for us again. Jack, sorry, mate, we can't take a risk. So I think both teams are settled. Both teams are confident about what they're doing, and will back themselves to get it done on the day.
Fascinated to see how Joe Danaher goes. I mean, he's been playing up the ground a lot more, particularly at the Gabba, but here at the MCG, very easy to get caught out on these flanks because there's so much space and get the football. He still needs to get the ball where he's going to be dangerous, Chief.
He was good last week, kicked a couple of goals. His set shots were actually very, very good. He ran straight, and it was just a nice kick through the ball. Kicked a couple of really important goals for them, so he'll need to do that again. They're going to need everyone to contribute. I mean, Charlie Cameron, incredibly quiet last week. He's got a great record against Collingwood. He dines out on him, as you said before. Isaac Quainer wants the job again. Does that mean he's getting it, or is he throwing up the smoke screen? Does Maynard try and get in his head and rough him up and try and take his attention and focus away from the football? All those things remain to be seen. There's a lot to play out.
Pies just getting ready in their rooms. I've just caught sight of a number 37. I've been telling you all year he's the son of a world champion pole vaulter, and finally Oleg and Big Dimitri got a bit of press this week.
There was some
photos of him 2004 having a jump with his dad, and it's a great moment for...
You realise, Harry, they've been writing stories about that for the last 8 or 10 years.
Well, maybe, Chief.
There are so many good stories, like the Ryan Lester one today. He's been dropped 17 times across his career, Lester, and he's had 6 one-year contracts back-to-back. That is a good effort, and somebody just kept at it. Kicked a big goal when they needed it last week against the Blues as a defender when he went forward. So there's great stories everywhere.
So Darcy Moore has just come out of the rooms. I'll be fascinated. He's got his tongue out Gene Simmons style at the moment, clapping his teammates. It's a little high five for Nick Dacos, who's followed by Josh Dacos. Jordan De Goey, Maynard look like the 2 most relaxed men on the planet. So he's turned the corner, and now he's going up the ramp at the MCG. De Goey starts to clap the hands. Darcy Moore looks like he's on the way to a Taylor Swift concert. He's that happy. Smiles, clapping hands. The roar will tell you everything when Collingwood come out looking for a 16th premiership.
What's a big sound, isn't it? The Collingwood chant goes up around the ground, and Darcy Moore, as he did last week, skipping, happy, smiling, and that's the Collingwood way at the moment. They're all high-fiving before they run through the banner. and this is going to be absolutely fantastic. They've led runner-up 27 times, if you can believe that, Duke. That is extraordinary numbers.
Yeah, true man, tell me, 1960 they've been in 16 grand final, only won 2 flags in that time. It's a remarkable record when you look at it from that point of view, and you can just see that relaxed approach that they've got. They take that onto the field, don't they, Collingwood? They're smiling, they are, as their coach wants them to, just soaking in every bit of the experience, and that's got to be a good thing, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And Chief, the game sometimes on grand final day slows down a little bit, but what about Tom Mitchell and Scott Pendlebury in the middle? Does it help them today?
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll do an in-depth dissection of what's going on here.
Or we could get Nath just to expand with questions as the producer's going out of his head saying go to a break, but either will work. Mason Cox, the last pie out on the ground. The Pies and the Lions are here. Kiss has done their job. Now it's up to the footballers. Coming up next, 2023 AFL Grand Final. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M, Rocks Footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
If you want the very best in hot water, you need to install the Ream. With over 80 years of manufacturing right here in Australia, Ream has been building Aussie tough water heaters for Aussie conditions. Solar, electric, gas and heat pump water heaters, they have got absolutely everything. And did you know that Ream's latest heat pump won the CanStar Blue Innovation Excellence Award Home Appliances for 2023? Ask for Australia's favourite brand that comes on steady, hot and strong. Ask your plumber to install the Ream.
4.5 minutes until Triple M Rocks Footy. Minutes until
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Minutes until Triple M Rocks Footy. Minutes until Triple M Rocks Footy. Minutes until Triple M Rocks Footy. Until
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Seconds until
Triple M Rocks Footy.
minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
moment
drops it low.
Lives right here.
That is incredible.
From Reed Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy, and the first quarter is coming up next. Triple M. 30 seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans' brand new showroom is open now. Unmissable show specials and huge savings. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
28.9 degrees currently the MCG. There was a stiff northerly predicted. Looking at the flags, it's pretty strong from the north, but pretty protected down in the middle of the MCG. The two teams are now going arm in arm, lining up, and the official part of the pre-game is not too far away. So let's go out into the middle with Hamish McLaughlin.
Would you please welcome Premiership Cup Ambassador and Sydney Swan Premiership player and former captain, Josh Kennedy. Representing Collingwood is a two-time Brownlow medalist, member of the Australian Football Hall of Fame, and father of the Pies skipper, Peter Moore. Representing the Lions is Australian Football Hall of Fame legend, member of the team of the century, and the man who took the Lions to back-to-back-to-back premierships, Lee Matthews. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners on the land of which we gather today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
That this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge them and pay my respects to them. Wimajeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimankundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Bunambor War, Kondi Negnak, Dulbin and Big Bullock Bor, Tillican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wimajeka, welcome, enjoy the day. Thank you.
If you're able, would you please rise, remove your caps, and join with Kate Miller-Heidke as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia.
One of the great moments in Australian sport. Well done to Kate Miller-Heidke. Absolutely dominated the national anthem. The two teams run to separate ends of the MCG, and we are moments away from getting this one underway. Jason Dunstall, Nathan Brown, final thoughts on the 2023 AFL Grand Final.
Oh, looking forward to it, Howie. We're going to keep an eye on a number of matchups that are going to be pivotal. It's really interesting, the late inclusion, Nate, of Billy Frampton. Does he get assigned the task of keeping Harris Andrews busy, try and stop Andrews from just controlling the defensive setup for Brisbane, which has been so impressive this season. They are so good at stopping scores from turnovers and defending their inside 50s. We talk about how much they can score, but not enough is said about their defensive side. We're going to see Josh Dunkley put work into probably DeGoey to start with. Does Nick Dacos run around and pick up 30 possessions plus on his own? So many things to look at. Charlie Cameron, you've already mentioned Isaac Quainer, keen to have a third bite of the cherry there. Does he get that job? What are you going to focus on the most?
Well, I like the battle of the wings. I've been big on the wing being almost the most important position all year. So you've got side bottom on one side, and you've got Josh Dacos, Hugh McCluggage to roll through there, and then they have a few players roll through the other wing, the Brisbane Lions. But it is so important in this game, and I think Collingwood have some great wingmen. I think the Norm Smith medal could come from the wing position. That's how important it is this year as they go into the middle for the toss.
Love seeing Peter Moore give a fist pump to Darcy as he ran past him. Both captains out in the middle. It's Lachie Neale taking the toss of the coin with Darcy Moore. Lachie Neale has won the toss. He'll kick to the punt road end, which is where the Brisbane fan base is supported. Bob Jane Teamarts, they've got great buy three, get one free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T&Cs apply. Michael Roberts.
They reckon that the pressure can burst a pipe, Howie, and it started already. I tell you, the hype is unbelievable. The chant's gone up, and Peter Moore was actually staring at his son in the national anthem. It was a beautiful thing. So let's get it on. Let's bounce this, Sharon. Get it done.
Don't you burst any pipes down there, Robbo. That's a nice little seat setter. Final thoughts, Nate?
Well, I just think it's going to come down to the wire. Both these sides have been the best in the competition all season. I think Brisbane have got the better forward half of the ground. Collingwood back deeper through the midfield.
Let's go.
Collingwood by 3 points.
30 seconds. There's Peter Dacos in the grandstand holding up a side-by-side sign, roaring at the top of his voice, Chief, for the father-sons. It's a great part of our game.
It is. He doesn't mind being involved, Dakes, does he? He's having a ball, just enjoying the contribution that his sons are making to the game and to the Collingwood Footy Club.
Who wins, Chief?
Oh, look, maybe I'm thinking with my heart, but I just think Collingwood's scoring has dried up a little bit. Maybe the Lions can sneak over the line in a close one.
Nate?
Collingwood by 3 points, Howie.
Chew?
Going for Brisbane by 14 points, Howie.
Das?
I think the Pies get home by a couple of points.
Frampton Duke has gone down to Harris Andrews.
Yeah, Braden Maynard might have run straight through the Brisbane Lions huddle. 2023 Grand Final, full house, the MCG. It's 29 degrees, and we're underway in a bit of anticlimax.
Maynard on Charlie Cameron Duke.
Bounce is being recalled up by Simon Meredith in his 470th game. It's his 8th Grand Final, and they throw it up the first possession. Lachie Neale has a fumble, the two-time Brownlow winner, and picking it up, Josh Dacos sends the Pies into attack. Frampton came crashing through, getting back athletically. Wilmot, Pies fans are demanding holding the footy, but it's going to go the other way. Umpire Matt Stevick all over it. Free kick goes the way of Leicester.
Goes very short. Play on's the call. So working deep in their defensive zone. The Irishman, McKenna, we've got an American and an Irishman. Wilmot goes short to the two-time Brownlow medalist Neil. Massages one down the line. Cox will be in the right position. Gets one paw up, can't complete the mark. Danaher bursts through the pack. Wobbles the ball forward, it's touched, bounced off the chest to Hipwood. Jeremy Howe comes back hard the other way, and there's a few early fumbles and a touch of nerves.
Yeah, the fumbles aren't great, particularly when it starts with Lock and Eel in the middle. But then if Eric Hipwood takes that cleanly, he can turn and have a ping for goal. Set something up at the very least.
Second up tackle left foot was good. Neil came flashing through the stoppage, but Jack Chris picks it up to Maynard. This is where they get rolling off him from half back. Bobby Hill accepts it. Shane Warne stand wing side, and Bobby decides just to pause, and then his little left foot chip kick was well created. Finds Markov. Been one of the stories of Craig McRae. Came into the team in round 4. He was only put on the rookie list in March. As to go, he goes long. Billy Frampton had a good piece of the mark and dropped it.
Gee, it's a clever kick from DeGoey. The one thing you're looking for is you've got to make Harris Andrews accountable. Frampton had a pocket of space. Unfortunately, a teammate spoiled him. Just couldn't take the mark.
It was Bobby Hill that was dropping back in the hole and got in his way. Cox and McInerney, the two number 46, do battle with the Pies in attack.
No excuse for the smalls getting in the way of the talls, Howie, when there's a ball going inside 50 to be marked. Get out of the way, Bobby.
Would have been the start that Billy and the Pies were after. Cox pacing around. Runs straight into McInerney, taps to space, side bottom overruns it. Berry, hurried kick down the outer wing, works out nicely to Rayner, half back.
Charged up at it. Looked like Brandon Maynard was his direct opponent there. Keep an eye on that. There's a floater, Chief. Didn't spin once.
No, that was Cam Rayner, and there are some nerves, particularly from the Brisbane Lions early with their disposal.
Landed in the lap of Murphy. That is a good ball to Jack Crisp. Incredible record, 214th straight game this afternoon for Jack Crisp. His run started as a Brisbane Lion player, and he finds Myercheck. Dumps it to the goal line. Frampton's been in the play a lot. He's had another look at a mark, couldn't take it. Harris Andrews wrapped up in a strong tackle by Billy, and it will be thrown up 10 metres out in front of the Magpie City end goal.
Does look dangerous at the moment, Frampton. Really good lead from Myercheck. As soon as he saw that ball in the middle, he took off.
Right in the Pies goal square. Cox taps it down to try and create a little bit of space. He's on hands and knees now, the big Texan. He can't get clear, and the umpire again separate them. Not a spare seat, as you would expect in the MCG. McInerney grabs it out of the ruck, just hand passes it to space. Chief didn't like it, landed in Wilmot. Bobby Hill attacks the ball hard, goes into a spin. Now the ball's 30 out from the Pies goals.
Chris Fagan's spoken about it before. He said we'd love Oscar to handball it to a teammate, not just a 30-metre indiscriminate one into the corridor.
That was wild what he did before. Nick Dacos, he's tried to draw a free kick.
Oh, and he has.
And he's got one, Chief, directly in front, 25 metres out. And we'll have a look at the Triple M Harvey Norman replay in a moment. What are you seeing, please, Nate and Chief?
Well, originally it did go high. The umpire took a long time to pay it, but when you've got the advantage of the replay, probably did get him high to the letter of the law.
Nick Dacos, last week was his first game in 48 days. He had a fractured kneecap, leading the Brownlow medal count right until that moment he got injured. The young superstar, still just 20 years of age, and this would be fitting. Keep your eye on Peter. He'll go berserk. He takes his moment. Nick Dacos kicks the first goal of the 2023 Grand Final. And his teammates, they come from everywhere. He can do it all, this young man. Outstanding start for him. A slightly dicey free kick, but the first goal goes to Collingwood. That is all the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, they've been fast starters lately, Collingwood. 80% of the game has been played in their forward half in the early stages. 4.5 minutes in. But what they did well, multiple stoppages inside forward 50. They don't let the ball out. They had a ring of players. One was Elliott, one was McCreery, and Dacos is on the other side. So if that ball did come out from Oscar McInerney like the handball did, McCreery was the first one there to push the ball back in to a stoppage. Then they get the repeat stoppage. They got the second one, and then on the third one they get the free kick.
Dacos with the first, and a nice little fist pump on the Harvey Norman replay. Hot deals on barbecues, charcoal grills, smokers, and outdoor kitchens now at Harvey Norman. Back in the middle we go. Brisbane looking to settle, get hands on the footy. Dunkley does just that. He's caught though from behind. Good work. The Pies pump it forward off the ground. Bobby Hill into a dangerous area. Elliott taps it to McCreary. McCreary wants to get on the right. He massages the ball forward. Bobby Hill! Fast start Collingwood. Marks 25 out slide angle.
That's the benefit of speed. You got Bo McCreary, you got Bobby Hill in the attacking 50. They just peeled off in different directions. McCreary able to use his speed. It was originally tapped on by Hill to McCreary. He uses his speed to buy himself some time. And Bobby just runs forward into space after getting involved early. Should reward himself with a goal. There's plenty happening off ball here at the moment. The umpire's just letting it go.
12-3 from set shots in 2023. Bobby Hill to make it 2 in a very short space of time for the Pies. Hill leans back on it. Collingwood's gone bang, bang in the first 3 minutes. Collingwood 2 straight. The Lions yet to score. Early problems for Brisbane. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Caravanning reimagined. New Melbourne showroom now open. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Chief, you mentioned there was a lot going on. The umpires letting it go. They were going after Starcevic, who dropped an easy mark at half back, right on the centre half back line, which allowed McCreary to get the football. So now they've had 3 fumbles. They've had one by Eric Hipwood at half forward. Lockie Neal started the game with a fumble, and that's the first one that's actually cost them, but a big drop at half back, and they use the football going forward.
4-1 the clearances in favour of the Pies. It's a similar start to last week's game against Carlton for Brisbane, getting dominated around stoppages and the balls in the forward half. They're conceding scores. At least they know they can come back from it.
Bob Jane, Mickey R.
Yeah, the crowd gone nuts. Ginnivan on for the first time. The kids love him. He's a super little star down here.
Thank you, Robbo. Bob Jane team art. So fast start. The Magpies kicked the first 2 goals. Tom Mitchell fighting for it, going hard after the contested ball. Can't get a handle on it, and it will be thrown up. It's just been edged out to the Shane Warnstein wing slightly, but effectively still in the middle part of the game. Maynard just tomahawks the footy. Gains about 40 metres with it, and here they go again. The Pies. Meyer check, but sliding in. Leicester copped a bit of a drive-by from Myercheck, but he popped up Leicester and will be okay. The short one is okay to Kitty Coleman at half back for Brisbane.
This is the man who they want the ball in his hands. Coleman goes very short. Dunkley, defensive point of the square, back and across to Berry. So, what are you seeing early, Red Zeds, Stu, man?
Brisbane yet to go inside 50. The entries are 5-zip Collingwood's way.
Red Z loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com. Here's an opportunity. Danaher's out the back. He's got Cameron in for sponsored. In the end, he centres it. It's over the back of Hipwood, side bottom. Hipwood, side bottom towards the pocket. Hipwood butters up a second, a third time. Did he get one high, Eric? He did! Now here's a chance for Eric and the Lions. He's tight on the boundary. Shane Warne stands side, 28 metres out.
Very lucky to have this one. Joe Danaher, he had 2 players running inside forward 50. One was Charlie Cameron, who was just an easy handball going into it and having a shot at goal. He blazed away, a rush of blood, and now Eric on his left foot out.
41-28 for the season from that kid from Caloundra. They need this, the Lions, just to get a belief early after the Pies kick the first 2. It's a really tight angle. It'll take a brilliant effort from Hipwood to Okoro Sabuge. Trots in now, misses everything completely, and is dumped out on the full knock at the start the Lions were after.
Well, you'd have to think that the win so far has been Harris Andrews has been quelled by influence by the man that came in, and Billy Frampton did a great job, had a couple of opportunities to take marks, hasn't done it yet, but Harris Andrews hasn't taken an intercept mark.
Eric Hipwood's kept that from the identical Dom Sheed moment, that famous grand final. Mason Cox takes a good contested mark here at half back. So it's 2 straight 12 Collingwood. Brisbane yet to score. Early stages, first quarter of the grand final. Mitchell accepts it about 15 metres further afield, but still at half back for the Pies. He signals long down the line. Frampton really making sure he's staying close to Harris Andrews. Darcy Gardner back there, Meyer check. They get a good contest, beautifully done. Nick Dacos took it really cleanly, and then beautiful little party trick, sends it inside forward 50. Jamie Elliott contesting Andrews, but the handball misses the mark. Coleman to Berry, tracking the boundary line back to Coleman. Had no other option apart from the underground ball, taken away by Jeremy Howe. Zorko with a strong tackle on Howe. It was Ryan Lester, in fact, and it will be a boundary thrown. At half forward for the Magpies, they're 2 straight 12. Brisbane yet to score on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Just settled a bit better, the Pies, into their rhythm. Brisbane yet to find it with their handling of the ball, decision-making and skills.
Holding in the ruck. It'll go the way of Oscar McInerney. So he's just defensive side of the wing. Collingwood with it. Two openers through Nick Dacos and Bobby Hill. Quick hand passes driven down the line. Darcy Moore floats in from the side, makes a good contest, can't take the mark. Now Danaher, he takes on a tackle. Howe, who runs him down. Well done. Bailey comes in. 70 from home for the Lions. Hipwood applies a tackle. Ball not going anywhere.
Seemed to make some strange decisions, Joe Danaher. That was the time you throw it on the boot and drive it forward, or you hand pass to the bloke that's running ahead of you. And he just hung on to it and tried to run through a tackle. It just does some dumb things at times.
That was brilliant from McInerney. Connected with Zach Bailey. Oh, what a goal, Zach Bailey! One of the great goals of the year. Something from nothing. 45-metre dart on an acute angle. He is a high-quality player. And Bailey with a nice settler for the Lions.
Gives them what they needed, Nate. They desperately needed that just to get their heads into the game. He has the ability to latch onto a loose ball, use the burst of speed, and we know he can finish in front of the big six, but that's as critical a goal as he's ever kicked.
It wasn't just a loose ball, though. Oscar McInerney's ruck work from that stoppage was outstanding. To put it into space, it was a setup. You see him come in and push it forward to exactly where the space was. And Zach Bailey, great setup, great finish.
Went both ways in the air, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was an in-swinger that swung out late. A Paddy Cummins special. The Pies 2 straight. Brisbane 1 goal. Collingwood by 1 straight goal on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Caravanning reimagined. New Melbourne showroom now open. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au. Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. Away we go again. That's the one Brisbane needed just to calm things down. Now they get hands on it out of the middle. Dunkley wobbles it forward with a shallow ball. Inside 50. Zorko does well. Sockers out in front of himself. If he can pick it up, he might get a shot away here. Zorko went for the high tackle. Side bottom did look to get him high, but Zorko was looking for it, and the umpire was on it. What did you think on the Harvey Norman?
Well, he was ducking down, so, I mean, if you're going to ground and you're ducking down, it's very hard for the umpire to pay too high.
Darcy Cameron takes his turn in the ruck, opposed to McInerney. This is all punt road end, where Brisbane are attacking. They're going to get another look at a boundary throw in as Markov and Rayner and a little bit of a push and shove.
Collingwood dominated clearances early. Brisbane have won the last 3.
Get a look at another one here with Big O, who's worked his way all the way down deep into the forward line, and he guides it down to McCarthy. Boot to ball. Handball came back out to McInerney from Robertson. Getting back defensively, though, the Brownlow medalist, Tom Mitchell. Good mark. Took it amongst some heavy contest was Jamie Elliott. Darcy Gardner a little slow to get up.
Elliott immediately releases, so they get it to the outer wing. Myercheck feigned the long hand pass, centre wing. Now to high ball. He's going inside 50. Lester Frampton comes to ground past Ginnivan. Coleman, the calm, casual one, Andrews. Now Zorko takes a bounce. He stops and he props. He's got nowhere to go. It's a risky kick back. He got a push after he got rid of it.
Good option, though. He had nothing else. He had to change direction. It's got to go all the way back, unfortunately. They haven't. I don't know why they wouldn't pay advantage there.
It's been important, Zorko. They're under enormous pressure early, the Brisbane Lions. There's been one player who's been able to handle the ball okay. 4 disposals.
Just that noise of a grand final is so extreme. The players have played on for 30 seconds, not understanding it's got to come all the way back to Dane Zorko at halfback.
If he goes long here, Collingwood have got the outnumber. They've got 2 on 1 up the middle.
It's a brave kick, and it's going to be okay to Dunkley right through the corridor to Coleman, and now it opens up. It was going in late in the lap with Joe Danaher, but Markov athletically got back, intercepted it, and now Collingwood are out. McCreery thought he might have kept going. He's got Myercheck deep, going to head in that direction. Getting back Andrews. Brilliant timing on the defensive spoil. Found the boundary line as he does so often, the Brisbane Lions captain. It's 2 straight 12 Collingwood, 1 straight 6 Brisbane. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
It's a big time spoil. They had 3 on 2, the Pies in the goal square. Harris Andrews going back with a flight thumped at 30 metres away. Brilliant.
Triple M Seabus Super making hard work half. You got Jason Dunstan, Nathan Brown. Gets no better on grand final day. Ginnivan looking for crumbs. Mitchell now 35 from his attack goal. Side bottom. Swipes it back. Hands it straight to Joe Danaher, which was a strange option. He wobbles around the corner. Murphy tracks it back. Tight on the boundary line. Centre wing. Picks it up, does Murphy. He goes back and across and finds the man from Dodgers Ferry, Jeremy Howe.
Cuts back through the corridor. It nearly missed Murphy. Did it. In fact, it was Ginnivan an outstanding job to track it. Now it gets to Pendlebury. Inside 50. McCreery in the box seat. Can he take the mark? Almost got it. Went back, picked it up. Look at the speed from McCreery. Wilmot put some pressure on it. He missed. 15 metres out. Under pressure. but the first behind of the grand final. The way of the Magpies, 2-1-13, 1 straight 6 Brisbane, Triple M, Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Really good chase by Wilmot. You see a lot of players give that up because you see the player with at least 5 metres of space and they don't go through with the chase. He did.
Here comes the near side, Wilmot from full back. Hipwood does well. Dunkley just wobbles the ball straight to Murphy. He's got time to go back and across to the son of the pole vaulting world champion, Markov. Now Darcy Moore, he's got space, hair flowing. In the end, he sort of took the space and ran himself into trouble. Shanks to the outer side to Bobby Hill. He goes back by hand, side bottom, squeezes one forward, hits Elliott right on his distance, Nathan. Bob Jane, Mickey Roberts.
Yeah, Hipwood got absolutely smashed in front of us. Doctor straight out to him coming off. They'll assess him.
Jamie Elliott, it'd have to be from 53. It's where he has kicked some remarkable goals, though. Harvey Norman, what'd you see, Dars?
Got one of the solar plexus on the Harvey Norman replay from Jeremy Howe.
Okay, so Elliott thinks he's got the legs. He'll have to kick it 52 metres, crosses the boundary line now, drifts out to the right from 52, makes good contact, but hooks it going for the extra distance. So Collingwood, the 2-2-14, Brisbane a 1 straight 6. Dacos with the first, followed by Hill, and then Bailey for the Lions. That's all on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. You've got 9.5 to go on the first turn.
True, man. Triple M Red Z lending stats. Who's jumped out early, please?
For the Pies, 4 to side bottom and Markov, and Coleman has 5 for the Lions. Lockie Neal, just the 1 possession, currently on the bench at the moment.
Leicester accepted the fullback kick in and then drives it to the wing. Archie, the target. Howe has had 39 Mark of the Week nominations. Jeremy Howe nearly had another one on grand final day. It's kept trapped here on this members side wing. It'll be a throw up. Collingwood 2-2-14, Brisbane 1 straight 6, 9:25 remaining in the first term here on grand final day. Taken away by Bailey, a kick. Brisbane's only goal they want. Insufficient attempt, but they're going to get it. So that was a reasonably harsh call. It's going to go the way of the Magpies. Josh Dacos has it.
Also got the Brisbane ruckman stuck on the mark, which isn't helping the Lions.
Takes advantage of that by driving it long to a contest. There's Andrews there. There's some pushing, shoving. Joe Danaher's claimed the mark. There's a block or mark either way. Joe will take possession.
Just make a good decision, Joe. First few possessions, he's just absolutely butchered.
This time he blazes the run, centering ball towards Darcy Moore. McCarthy does well to bring it to ground, affect the spoil, so it didn't favour the Lions. Quainer, hair done, pink boots, looks brilliant, drives it towards centre wing.
Coleman with a defensive spoil. It was timely one, but the Magpies swarming with the tackle on the AFL logo on this commentary side wing. We're going to have it thrown up, true centre wing.
Always wonder which Joe Danaher we're going to get at times, don't we? I think we've got the funny one today at the moment. He needs to turn it around, make some better decisions.
Good news, Eric Hipwood wanders back onto the surface, so no ill effects from that one. Picked up by Robertson, good tackle. Markov dragged him along in the tackle. He might have an issue here, umpire Matt Stevick.
He tried to break that tackle, should have been rewarded.
Need to get their engine room into gear at the moment, the Brisbane Lions. McCluggage only 1, Neal just the 1.
Cameron and Joe Danaher taking his turn in the ruck. And one of those starts from Joe a little bit to go. He's trying to force his way through. Can't do so. Once again, we'll have a throw.
Guess the big positive for Danaher, Chief, I know he's butchered a bit, but he is getting up.
Getting a bit of
football. 5 disposals so far.
Choice Hotels with you. Triple M 2023 AFL Grand Final. Dacos and Hill followed by Bailey. Now the Lions. McCarthy streaks inside 50. Lincoln McCarthy unloads and nails it from 52. Brisbane get their second and they are back in business. Collingwood 2-2, Brisbane 2 straight. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Nice finish, McCarthy.
It was a nice finish, but that's the second goal now the Brisbane Lions have got from pushing the ball forward from a ruck contest. And they try and clear the 10-metre radius where Collingwood are so good. Collingwood are experts at just locking the ball in. But again, they get the ball 20 metres clear from the stoppage. Player comes up at it, and then they all run onto it. Eric Hipwood had to lay off the handball perfectly to a runner, but he did because they had the space in front of him to do that, courtesy of a soccer out of that pack. But nice play by the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, I think it was Devon Robinson that got the boot in, forced the ball forward, and the ball sat up beautifully for Eric Hipwood, who delivered a good hand pass. So taking a couple of opportunities on the run.
Robbo, Bob Jane, T. Mars.
Yeah, Brisbane doctors must have seen something on video. Out to Gardner, Darcy Gardner. They've had a word to him. He stayed on the ground though.
Pies win the clearance to go. He chased after it and they put some pressure on. Get a ball up 45 metres out.
Just the hit outs to advantage. 4-1 Brisbane's way. Both of their goals have come from stoppages.
Mason Cox fists it, trying to get some open space. Darcy Cameron, Nick Dacos kicked the first. His kick was smothered by Harris Andrews. Back to Dacos. Now Bobby Hill, beautiful little sidestep. And then he took on another tackler. Nick Dacos got cannon into by Dunkley. Brilliant smother, and Nick Dacos looks sore on the back of the Chief.
Had the leg smothered as he went to kick it, so that'll test him out all right. He's up, he's tough, he's back into it.
Gee, Collingwood fans were concerned when Dacos grabbed the leg. Dacos to Goey, trying to spin out of trouble. And he's done by holding the ball, I think, Jordan De Goey.
He got through the first couple of tackles. He was raging through, but then the second lot of tackles got him. You see the Harvey Norman replay. Nick Dacos just getting one into the side of the knee. Jordan De Goey, only the one disposal so far. Josh Dunkley got that job, doing it well.
Charlie Cameron, Red's head style, Chewy.
Charlie Cameron, statless.
Okay, Coleman so often sets up from half back, drives it to the outer wing. Archie overruns it. Josh Dacos back to Maynard, who's got the job on Cameron, wobbles it forward. Bobby Hill dances, weaves, looks for De Goey, just too much on it. And he of the ripping goal, Bailey, drops back in defence and marks on his chest.
Did well to get back and intercept that. Goes to Connor McKenna, the Irishman, looking to join Ty Keneally as the only Irish players to win the All-Ireland Championship and a Premiership medal. His short pass was good to Robertson. Just checked the kick late, didn't he? And now they've been prepared to go through the corridor, Brisbane, and been rewarded for it. Lockie Neal, what's he had, man?
Yeah, Lockie Neal, Red's head, one touch.
Well, that's his second now to Wilmot. Drives a deep one. Here's Charlie Cameron. Gets his first real look. Good effort. Crashing across Murphy. Came in and lent some support with a defensive spoil. Gets it across for a boundary throw. Deep in attack. It's a 2-point lead to the Magpies. First quarter, grand final day. 6:30 remaining. All on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Brisbane deep in attack, keeping an eye on Zorko. He's got a bit of space. It's down towards Zorko. He's shoved off it. Mason Cox, who somehow got rid of it, Chief.
That was holding the ball.
He dropped it.
He did drop it, red hot. Gets away with it though. It's Big Meso. Brisbane still attacking.
Just had a look at the replay and you can hear what the crowd's thought about it. Dano tried to take it clean out of the ruck. Darcy Moore scooped it back to side bottom to Murphy. Pounds it out there. Here's Ginnivan. What a kick that was from Murphy. Presented it perfectly for Ginnivan. He heads down the line. Jamie Elliott and Lester. Lester defending. He's able to get rid of Jamie Elliott. Played it well to Gardner. He hands it off to Robertson. Back to Lester, and he concedes some ground to Kitty Coleman. Again, they go through the corridor. It makes you nervous, but he found Lockie Neal.
He's had 9 possessions, Coleman. He's picked up where he left off last week.
He's kicking it that well. He floated it and munged it onto a bloke's chest. Neal wants someone to come towards him. They don't. Goes back and across, and he hits McKenna, who's got time to drop it, regather. So Coleman causing early problems as he does into Carlton. Driving ball down the line. Quaynor, the unbeatable one, sees it across the line. Tell us about the work of Coleman so far on the Reds' edge, Stewie.
Currently the number 1 ranked player, 9 disposals, and his 7 kicks going at 71%.
And he's the one that pulls the trigger on those corridor kicks. Can really open up a game.
Probably played his best game ever, I think, in the prelim final too. Kitty Coleman, 21 disposals, but was outstanding. Danaher's got a touch of the fumbles. He got rid of Mason Cox and then dropped it, and now has been nailed for holding the footy, Joe. And Meso gets in his face.
The Brisbane Lions have done well because they've been able to get Coleman as the free. So he's largely playing on his own at the moment, and every time they get to him.
Cox plays on, smothered by Bailey. Danaher tried to take on Quaynor. It gets back to Bailey. Runs out of room. Got past the tackle of Murphy. Zach Bailey. Pure genius. Extraordinary stuff. He's kicked 2 of the best goals you'll ever see. And the Lions hit the front for the first time in the grand final. There's a bit going on. I can't remember where Charlie Cameron's had his jumper ripped. But Zach Bailey, high quality, top shelf stuff. Brilliant. 3 straight 18 to 2-2-14. The Lions by 4 points. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Chief, they are 2 of the best goals you'll ever see. Whether it's round 1, whether it's round 10, this is the grand final. From the same pocket, under pressure both times, and Zach Bailey comes up with the goods. I thought they had him hemmed in on the boundary line. First of all, he did the smothering off Mason Cox. Then Joe Danaher did his best to stuff it up by trying to run through a couple of players, but then he ran around a couple and bent it back. That is as good top shelf as you'll see in a grand final.
With the spoil, home and away, that's goal of the year. He's affected the spoil.
In the running, there's no doubt about that.
He'd be right up there against his teammate who did win it.
Last man to win goal of the year in the grand final is Aussie Jones.
Dunkley sends it forward. Here come Brisbane again. Maynard, Murphy run into each other. A couple of Brisbane Lions put their head over the footy. There's a free kick.
Nathan Murphy in trouble here too, Howie.
He does look at
real trouble.
Yeah, this is a real concern. So the sub is Lipinski.
Does he run into a leg maybe? He does not look well.
Top of the head to the jaw.
Gee, this is going to be a test of the concussion rule. This is. Let's see what happens. He goes to ground.
Oh, just a glancing blow from, I think it was the head of McCarthy maybe.
On the Harvey Norman replay, almost McCarthy's head.
Well, McCarthy's reaching in for the ball, so there's nothing wrong with what Link McCarthy did. He's got his eyes on the ball trying to pick it up. I reckon he runs into his shoulder.
It's a free kick going the way of Pies, but the big story is Murphy is coming off. They'll check him out as far as his head goes, and Lipinski is the substitute. Lions, the substitute for Brisbane. Big development here for the Pies.
We'll go through the concussion protocols. You'd imagine with Nathan Murphy, you get Robbo to keep a close eye on that. Darcy Moore, Josh Dacos, McCreery, 4:19 remaining in the first term. McCreery goes for a run, dumps it deep forward from the side. Meso, the big American with a contested mark. He'll go back and take a shot 40 metres out. And there will be some struck if he kicks this, I promise you. Robbo, Bob Jane teamer.
Yeah, Murphy, the doctor doesn't like it. I'm half a metre from the video screen, and he just shook his head. Straight down, concussion test for Murphy.
It's a good grab, Chief. Good grab by Mason Cox. And I think he plays better on the back of when he starts roughing up and strutting Duke. So if he puts this through, the man on the mark, I bet you he goes straight for him.
113th game of AFL football. Had never seen a Sharon 7.5 years ago, Mason Cox, and now on the biggest stage of all, he can kick a super important goal in the first term to give his side the lead back. Cox, he's just sprayed it slightly, and Josh Dunkley was on the mark, and he was ready for it too. So a minor score 2-3-15, Collingwood 3 straight, 18 the Brisbane Lions. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Big let off for Brisbane. They paid no attention to Murphy going off for his HIA. They didn't worry about the man coming on, which was Darcy Moore, who immediately got the ball.
McKenna, little chip and run to Starcevic. What's happening down there with Murphy? Robbo, Bob James.
Straight into the rooms. They looked at the video. Both doctors didn't like it, shook their heads, ripped him straight down there, signed off for the 15 minutes.
Darcy Gardner, half back, out of side, just comes back into Coleman, Chew Red Z.
Disposal number 10.
Takes his time, tries to get around a man, and then he has to squeeze a high ball out. Right across the flank. Dunkley doesn't get the bounces after. Gitterman does. Good tackle. Dunkley made sure that Jackie G couldn't escape. And 3 minutes to go in the first term. Brisbane are 3 straight. The Pies are 2-3. After Collingwood kicked the first 2, Brisbane lead it by 3 points. As we see Murphy again on the Harvey Norman. Doesn't look good, Das.
One of those blows that you get if you're a boxer where you get struck perfectly on the jaw and you can rattle your Dunkley. Collected as he came crashing through, picked up by Mitchell, won the clearance. Kitty Coleman. Disposal number what, please, Jimmy?
Disposal number 11, and that's his 5th mark.
Yeah, and they might have to put some time in him. Let's see if they make an adjustment at quarter time.
He's dislocated a finger too.
Outside 5.
Trying to pop it back in here, Nate, right in front of us. Josh Dunkley. See if the trainer can pop it back in. I don't think he's had any luck doing it. So Coleman again has got his own footy. Lions have it at half back. Dunkley stayed out there. It's going to head in his direction. Hipwood, Mason Cox from the side. A big pack. Picked up by Hoskin Elliott. Dumps it on the boot. Kitty Coleman. Unbelievable first quarter in the grand final.
What's he up to, Chew?
This is disposal number 13.
Most first quarter grand final disposals, Chew. You punch that in your computer. We'll see how we go. Contest out of side. The crisper hasn't been seen. Fists it. Inside attack 50. McCreery and Gardner see it across the line.
He's had 7 more disposals than any other player on the ground at the moment, Coleman.
Time in forward half. Collingwood 69, Brisbane 31. Yet Brisbane, where it counts, lead at 3 straight to 2-3. With 2 minutes to go before the quarter time break. The big story, Murphy off being assessed for a concussion situation. McInerney grabs out of the ruck, drives it forward. Maynard, Rayner, butters up, gets through one tackle, hands it straight back to Hoskin Elliott. He's got the inside 50 ball coming the other way. McCreary gets rid of Gardner. Myercheck from the pocket. Myercheck snapping ball. Myercheck! What about that? Brody Myercheck on the snap from 35, tight angle. Collingwood reply, and we are seeing some ripping goals here on Grand Final Day. Collingwood 3-3, Brisbane 3 straight. That is all on your Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. There were some fumbles early, Chief, but they're banging them in from everywhere.
It's a high-quality finish, isn't it? And you've got to make the most of those half opportunities when they present. It was an interesting one-on-one, and I wonder, we'll get the benefit of the Harvey Norman replay screen, but I wonder if it was a backman doing that to a forward, whether a free kick would have been paid. This time it's a forward throwing the backman out of the way. Darcy Gardner just gets turfed out of the way, and it's called play on, and then the ball ends up with Myercheck, who threads from a really tough angle. Great finish.
Jason Dunstall, Nate Brown, your Triple M Seabus Super Special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off all over it in the back row on Grand Final Day, and this is the sort of start we hope for to the 2023 Grand Final. 3-point lead to the Magpies, 3 goals apiece. McInerney hurries a kick. Joe still trying to find his way into the game. Bailey's been outstanding, picked up side bottom, wrapped him up in a tackle. It'll be a half forward, ball up, and tacking into the ground for the Brisbane Lions.
What are you saying, Nate?
Well, at the moment, it's just an arm wrestle, so it's who makes the better decisions. There was a huge tackle by Oleg Markov in the middle to stop their progress before for the Pies.
Chris with a handball, starting to get involved. Nick Dacos, Frampton had a few moments early, good moments. He's pushed across the line.
Wonder if Craig McRae will do something about Kadeen Coleman, who set themselves up so well for the Brisbane Lions off the back end. He's had 13 disposals so far. They might look at that quarter time.
Sharon's being looped back into play right in front of the interchange race, and Craig McRae adjacent to it as Darcy Cameron kicks it out of mid-air. Picked up by Pendlebury to McCreary. Crisper runs to 50. Jack Crisp, 214 consecutive games he has missed. And the Magpies advance to a 4-point lead, 3-4 to 3 straight. That is all brought to you on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, it looks a tight game, but it's 17-7 inside 50s. That's a big territory advantage to Collingwood.
Chris, 3 possessions in the last 2 minutes. Stu, what's he had for the term?
Yeah, just for the game, just 4, Howie.
Yeah, so he started to get going. Nick Dacos out to Pendlebury. Smooth movers. Wobbles it forward. Rayner's back in the hole. Juggles it. Takes the mark.
They're not the ones you want to come in when you get behind the football like that, Chief, and it's an absolute wobbler coming in.
Rayner shanks a second ball in the quarter. Might work out for Collingwood. IQ goes very short. De Goey wants a piece. It's September, and Jordan De Goey from 52 says, nah, I'm going to take the time, I'm going to go back, and I'm going to try and kick one after the siren. Just confidence from the man.
Hasn't been a great first quarter from Cam Rayner. He's had a couple of kicks that have come off the side of the boot and led directly to turnovers and scoring opportunities for the Pies.
Love that De Goey took the mark, immediately went back. This to give Collingwood a 10-point lead. There's the side from 52. De Goey unloads. It's floating. It's drifting. It's home. De Goey after the siren. Bit of double cobra by Geordie. And that's the start. The Pies wanted 4-4-28. The Brisbane 3 straight 18. All of a sudden Collingwood's out by 10. De Goey high fives galore. Quick break, Nate. And the Chief will be back with the two-man Robbo and Das. Collingwood leader by 10 at quarter time. 2023 Grand Final. For McDonald's Marine Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans' brand new showroom is open now. Unmissable show specials and huge savings. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks the Grand Final.
Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. Triple M. 4 minutes until Triple M ranks footy. Three and a half minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M rocks footy. Two and a half minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Until
Triple M rocks footy.
seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
One minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Liquorland. Here's to the footy finals. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Quarter time, MCG. Collingwood, two late ones, lead it by 10, 4-4-28 to the Lions, 3 straight 18 to go here. Check with the last two. Dacos and Hill alongside Bailey, McCarthy and Bailey with the second. Two of the best grand final goals you will see. Bob Jane T-March, big story. Bob Jane have great buy three, get one free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today, TNCs apply. Mickey Roberts, Nathan Murphy.
Yeah, bloody hot down here, Howie, I tell you, and the huddles are in the shade, using their brains, and Murphy has just run out, so he was 10 minutes, only allowed 15, so he's up and about and ready to go, so it's a big final, and that is a good news. He's just in front of me now, regrouping, and I would say that he's going to be okay to play. The other interesting thing too, Pendlebury and Moore, jumpers off, either ka-ching or their own, but they're just swapping jumpers left, right and centre, the Magpies.
Two-man Red Z Lenders.
Coleman, number one ranked player, 13 touches, 200 metres gained.
They've had all the play, Brisbane, so they've had more disposal than Collingwood, but it's all been in their back half. So every time Collingwood win the football, it's a forward half battle at the moment. We see the inside 50s, 19-7. Did they make the most of their scoring when they had the 19-7? They're only 10 points up.
You're hearing Country Road being belted out, John Dender around the MCG. It's Charlie Cameron's song, but have we seen him, two-man?
Statless for Red Z.
I'd like to get him involved in this game. We're about to get the second term underway. 2023 grand final. The Magpies enjoy a 10-point lead. Zach Bailey was just outstanding in that first term with a couple of cracking goals. Free kick goes the way of Josh Dunkley. The centre of the MCG hands it off to Lester. He ran himself into some trouble to side of the barrel. Big O McInerney had a look at it. Here's Charlie's first touch. Gets back on his left. Beautiful looking left foot snap. There's something from Charlie. The song inspired him. Get it to me, he said, and I'll do the rest. Charlie Cameron kicks his first. Back to then 4 points. As I look down the Triple Harvey Norman replay, Nathan Murphy is in tears, hands in his head. He was back on the ground and straight back off. Chief and Nate, I'm not sure what that means, but it doesn't look great.
It doesn't look great. I mean, let's talk about Charlie Cameron first and foremost. His first touch, and it's another quality finish. But we're getting vision of the bench, and it looks like Nathan Murphy, we're only guessing, but it looks like he's been told he won't be taking any further part because he does look inconsolable. There's a doctor with an arm around him. It's a quality finish from Charlie Cameron. We've seen so many great goals already, but Collingwood could be one down.
Nicky Roberts, what's happening?
He's failed the second test, the physical test down here. Running straight lines along the boundary line. Doctor ruled him out, saw a stagger. So that's why he sat down. Pendlebury over to him. He's in the back stalls. Lipinski gets his chance for the Pies.
Instead, look at the marking contest where Charlie Cameron kicked the goal. Isaac Quainer left Cameron to go and make an impact, but didn't touch the football in the contest. You leave Charlie and you're going to take the ball. You've got to take the ball with you.
We'll get back to specials in a moment. Nathan Chief tell us what they're going to do to restructure down back to Pies when we get a break in play. Brisbane drive it forward off the boot of Starcevic. Down towards Hipwood, brings it to ground. Charlie Cameron picks it up, he puts it on the afterburners, he gets away from Howe. It's a wobbling centering ball to a dangerous area. Archie, dish it off McCluggage. Is this another one for Brisbane? You bet you it is! Brisbane back in front. This is the grand final we wanted. Brisbane 5 straight. Collingwood 4-4. Brisbane with the opening 2 of the second. They lead it by 2 points. 2 goals in the first minute and 7 seconds. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard. Here's to footy finals. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Oh, gee, if you've got pace, you've got a weapon, haven't you? Charlie Cameron able to buy himself a bit of time. He's all of a sudden into the game. Didn't touch it in the first. Kicks an early goal. Now he's up and about. He gets a crumb and he looks at the man that's chasing him. It's Jeremy Howe. He knows he's got him covered. So he puts a burst on. He has a bounce. It's not a particularly great kick, but it's just a chaos ball, a ground ball into the corridor. Archie plays in front. He hands it off to McCluggage, and McCluggage, a great finish on the left foot.
9 inside 50s for 5 goals straight, Brisbane.
Well, one-handed pick-up from Charlie Cameron. We said he hadn't touched the footy, and he has 2 massive moments in a row. McCarthy's an underrated role player in this side. Zorko sweeping handball. Lions applying some pressure. Robertson got through a Maynard tackle. You don't say that too often. Danaher's a bit all over the shop at the moment. Coming back and laying a strong tackle was still side bottom. He got hold of McCluggage, and it will be thrown up. The Brisbane Lions had jumped out of the blocks here in this second term.
The quality of the goals kicked is extraordinary in the 2023 grand final at 8. McCluggage kicked the last, just missed. Neil on the hand pass on the way out, crouch space. He's got 2 Brownlows, he drives it to the goal square, hooks it, does Lockie. 1 behind, Brisbane come out, firing, 5-1-31, the Pies 4-4-28. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard for Macca's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Roxwood ball.
Lockie Neal, 2-man, Red Z lending.
Just the 4 touches.
Someone doing some work on him, Nathan Chief. Is it a role that's happening? We'll get back to that in a moment.
He's been running around with Nick Dacos for most of the first quarter.
Leicester will send them back inside 50, but standing in the way of Braden Maynard is one of the most loved Magpies. Takes Mark at half back. And they're just going to be a little patient here, Collingwood. He finds Josh Dacos still deep in their defensive half of the ground, the Magpies, and a lot of movement. Understand that they're just going to try and massage their way forward. It's Josh to Nick Dacos. He then sees the target. Beautiful kick to the going. He hands it off to Mitchell inside 50 to Bobby Hill. Brilliantly done. The kicking skills there, outstanding. Bobby thought about Ginnivan, but instead he's going to go back 45 metres out, 45-degree angle.
The kick from Nick Dacos in the grand final from half-back. Your team's just given up the last 2. The pressure's right on. You're 3 points down, and you go with a 45-degree angle kick, which has to be centimetre perfect to get over the top of the goey, and he nails it. That is the big stuff that this young man can do.
Traded by the Giants for a future second round pick, Bobby Hill. He's kicked 29 goals this year, been outstanding for the Pies. And he has kicked that beautifully. Goal umpire did not move a muscle. Bobby Hill's got a couple in the grand final. And the Magpies are back in front, 5-4 to 5-1. 3-point lead to the Pies. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
It's a good call, Duke. He's an inspired recruit, isn't he? They identified problems that they had. A pacey small forward, someone that can get up the ground, come back, that can kick goals, but got pace to make things happen. He's also got good skills. So now all of a sudden you put McCreary in the forward line as well. You got genuine ground ball leg speed. If there's anything loose at ground level, those boys will find it. They can find space. And Bobby Hill, well, his stocks just continue to rise as the year goes on.
Pendlebury directing the back line. What are they doing down there, Nate, without Murphy, the Pies?
Well, they haven't made too many changes yet. The option they do have, obviously, is to put Frampton down there and then settle and try and change their forward structure, but they haven't changed it yet.
Chris playing off half-back, though.
Gil McLaughlin, Anthony Albanese, and that might have been Kay Stokes there in the Fancy Sunnies on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay sitting together. Pendlebury held it a long time. Josh Dacos held it for about half a second. Robertson, he drives it, wobbles it inside 50. Jeremy Howe marks, surely marked. He did, Hipwood came late. Jeremy Howe marks at centre half back. So quarter time was Collingwood by 10, then Cameron and McCluggage went bangity bang before Hill replied. And it is the Lions trailing by 3 points now, 16 to go before half time.
Nick Dacos has marked the Sharon and cleaned up a bit of rubbish in the other hand at the same time. That's how good Nick Dacos is going. And the Pies have been able to launch from half-back, get it to side bottom, standing underneath the Shane Warne stand side. He wobbles it inside 50. Lipinski is the activated sub for Murphy, out with concussion. Ginnivan in there as well. And it will be thrown up. Hunt Road end where the Pies are attacking. He caught the rubbish and the Sharon chief. Ridiculous.
Plastic bag just floating around.
How many has he had for Red Z? Ndakos 2.
Ndakos 10 touches and a major.
Coleman, possession number
14.
Wobbles it forward. Hipwood bounces off his chest. It might be a big error. Howe comes back the other way. Forward by hand. Hill was that quick, almost too quick by hand to side bottom. Goes back. Markov, the athletic one, keeps it in. His kick stymied going forward. Now Archie off half back. Ugly little passenger play. Bouncing ball. Cameron's got space. That's dangerous. Puts on the afterburners. Brisbane continue to lob it forward to Cameron. Now he burns them off. He looks at Darcy Moore and says, Darcy, you're not going to catch me. Pops through his second. Just Charlie Cameron with a hint of arrogance and some real power. And Brisbane 6-1-37, Collingwood 5-4, 34, 3-point margin. But this is a top-line game of footy.
They're perfect conditions and they are running on top of the ground. Pace counts. Charlie Cameron's got his tail up now. Didn't touch it in the first term. He's got a good record against the Pies now. He's got a couple in the second term, and he's feeling good about his game as he comes to the bench for a spell.
How quick is he? Well, we know he's fast, but this day and this almost bringing out another level of speed from Charlie. He's burning him off.
But the work that Cam Rayner did at half-back to smother that football off the boot of Oleg Markov was going to go inside forward 50. He only got a couple of fingers to it, good enough to deflect that football. Fortuitous that it landed in the hands of a teammate, and then the bounce of the ball went for the Brisbane Lions.
The worst nightmare on a footy field, chasing Charlie with the goals in front of him. To go, he wins the clearance, gets it back to Josh Dacos, who's been good. It lands in the lap of Lipinski. Centre half forward for the Pies. It's the Lions with a 3-point lead. Lipinski dumps it long. Frampton the target. Andrews his opponent. It's going to come to ground side bottom with all his skill and his guile. Gets it to the top of the square. McCreary. Berry was back there. Darcy Cameron wrapped up by McInerney. And that is where it will be balled up 20 metres out. Hunt Road end directly in front of the Magpies goal.
Remote water built tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a ream. Collingwood pressing. Ball doesn't come clear. A lot of players on the Harvey Norman replay around it. Hot deals on barbecues, charcoal grills, smokers and outdoor kitchens now at Harvey Norman. Collingwood continue to press. Cameron tries to hack one out of the ruck. Doesn't really get it clean. Elliott now arrives on the scene. Dishes it out to McCreary. McCreary snaps. It hangs up there. It drifts. It drifts. Too far. One behind. Collingwood 5-5. Brisbane 6-1, leading by 2 points on the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard. Big Brisbane contingent, including our man Leroy, Chief, who normally presses the buttons. He's here today in the crowd, Big Leroy.
1v2 They've been the best two sides all year, and they are playing a grand final that is in keeping with that form line. Leicester with a big play on side bottom. Shane Warne stands side. Huge moment. Ryan Leicester, as Nate Brown told us earlier, has been dropped 17 times in his career. Kitty Coleman dominated the first term. Here's Lincoln McCarthy, fell over, getting back Jeremy Howe. Spears it down the line. Good looking kick. Well done Coleman, though. Affected the spoil. Pendlebury thought it was a free kick his way. Markov gets in, gets it back to Pendlebury. A little toe poker. Nick Dacos, Joel Selwood like it, being able to draw those free kicks. And takes it at half back for the Pies.
What's he up to, Chew? Red Z style.
Disposal number 11 and a major.
Luke Darcy in charge of the Norm Smith voting alongside Chris Judd. Who else is helping you out?
Juddy's not voting. Juddy's handing the medal. Jude Bolton.
Bailey wobbles it forward towards Robertson, keeps it in front of himself. Now McCarthy, 30 from home. Darcy more desperate. Howe does well, flicks it out to the crisper by hand. Now Jay Dacos off half back.
Been pretty good, Josh Dacos. Time to take a bounce. Berry gives chase. He puts it in the Myercheck direction. Darcy Gardner has laid a strong tackle on Myercheck right on the boundary line. Eventually, he's been rolled over right in front of the interchange race. Here in front of the Triple M commentary position. 13-13 left in this second term. It's the Brisbane Lions with a 2-point lead in the grand final. High quality game. Cameron and McInerney. Mitchell getting his hands dirty as he always does. It will be balled up just slightly in attack for the Magpies with a 2-point lead at Brisbane. That's all in the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Lockie Neal back on the bench having a spell. Still anchored on 4 possessions.
Murphy subbed out with concussion about 6 minutes ago, so Lipinski came in hot conditions. Collingwood employing the sub far earlier than they would have wished. Jared Lyons, the sub for the Brisbane Lions. Darcy Cameron chips it into the pocket. Frampton, Harris Andrews, boundary line. Triple M Seabar Super special comment. Seabar Super making hard work pay off. You got the number 1 team on grand final today. Mr. 1254, Jason Dunstall, and the smooth moving Nathan Brown.
Punt road end. Sun bathing in the Shane Warne stand, and it's perfect conditions here at the MCG. Hot afternoon, and there's plenty of heat out on the field too. Dunkley won the first clearance. They get it back towards centre wing, picked up by Chris to Mitchell. Nick Dacos running by. He's going to get hold of it. Decides to pull the trigger, but Dunkley.
It's a 4th smother the Brisbane Lions have put on. A couple of them being goal saving, a couple of them actually being goals of the response. Ash, have you got the stats for smothers?
Yeah, come back to you very shortly, Brownie.
To be the best execution of the smother in the game, Josh Dunkley, Howie.
He ran straight into Nick Dacos, who went to ground, and teammates came to remonstrate. McCluggage ripped off the footy. Josh Dacos from 55. He drives all the way to the square. It's going to be a tough one to mark. Coming back with a flight. Frampton's there. Pushed across the line. Collingwood 5, 6-36. Brisbane 6-1-37. 12 to go second term. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard. Here's to footy finals. Cheers.
Cheers.
Liquorland. Cheers to drink wines.
6 smothers to 1 in favour of the Brisbane Lions so far.
What are the inside 50s, Chewy?
25-15 Collingwood's way.
Kadeen Coleman from fullback. Zach Bailey. Jasper Fletcher picks it up. Hands it back to Rayner, and that tumble kick is going to land right in the lap of Danaher. He turns around. He's been able to find Hipwood. It was a good decision in the end from Joe. He's streaming forward. He wants it back from Ecker. He's working hard, Joe, saying, get it back to me. Heads in the direction of Link McCarthy. Stuck the 1 minute out. Quainer never loses the 1-on-1, and he doesn't again on grand final day, but the Lions get it all the way deep into the right forward pocket where it will be thrown up, and they enjoy a 1-point lead approaching the halfway mark of this second term on the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
The Maccas and Remont Water, Triple M rocks football. Hoskin Elliott hacks it out of defence any way he can over the top of Jamie Elliott. Andrews and Frampton battle now. Bill Elliott out the back. He's got McCreery, who's got massive toe he'll need. He's got no one in front of him. 2 bounces. McCreary's just going to blaze from 60. It'll be about the bounce. McCreery, it bounces just to the wrong side. He had no one in front of him, did Bo. Tall square, 5-7-37 to Brisbane, 6-1-37, 11 to go second term. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Scores level, grand final day. Lockie Neal, a pretty slow start, man.
Only disposal number 5.
Heads out to Archie. Finds Robertson. Tracking the boundary line. Shane Warne stands side, and now a rare moment of a little bit of kick mark handball here for the Brisbane Lions. Harris Andrews, and he can share it all the way now over to the members wing. They've come back to Darcy Gardner, sliding in Leicester. Short kick okay to Wilmot, so about 7 uncontested marks in a row for the Lions. Wilmot thought about the handball, and then his kick showed a lot of it to Darcy Cameron. Spills back to Nick Dacos, and he's drawn another free kick. It's the non-controlling umpire 60 metres away, overruling umpire Simon Meredith about 6 metres away. Triple M Harvey Norman replay, Nate.
Right decision. He was starting to go down with his knees, and the non-controlling umpire, that's what he's there for. He picked up the free kick that the others couldn't see.
Just a bit too much on it. Dacos goes out of bounds. Brisbane players at every opportunity, Chief, run into him, bump him. They really put some work through young Nick Dacos, who comes off, and he comes back on. What are you seeing, Chew, on the Reds headers?
Yeah, Nick Dacos, number 1 ranked player for the Pies, 13 disposals, kicked that goal.
What a player is that young man. Rayner rides a bump, rides it nicely. A high up and under. Hasn't had his kicking boot on today, but that was under pressure. Maynard lands on his head. Robertson tries to come through just inside 50 is Fletcher. Out the front, Robertson, if he can pick it up, scuba forward, he will. Joe should kick the goal. Joe does. Brisbane take the lead with that goal. I wasn't certain until it went through the sticks, but that's where it went. Brisbane 7-1. Collingwood 5-7. Brisbane have now kicked 4 goals to 1 for the term to lead it by a goal on the Triple M Lickland scoreboard.
He's had a better second quarter, Jay Danaher. I was critical of him in the first term, just making poor decisions. He had a possession halfway between half forward and the wing about 5 minutes ago, and was turning to blaze long, and Collingwood had a 2-on-1, so he didn't. He pulled a short kick and found Hipwood, and that kept the play alive. On this occasion, he's the recipient of one over the top. It was a really good fly from Hipwood to bring the ball to ground, and then they just kept it alive, kept pushing the ball forward, found numbers, a couple of hand passes under pressure. Fletcher, Devon Robinson over the top to Danaher. Nice, easy finish.
Joe Danaher kicks his first of the grand final. And there was a little nervous moment there, Howie. He just thought, is Joe going to get that online? And he does, and they'll get their biggest lead of the grand final. Brisbane out to 6 points. Joe in the ruck, crashing through Lockie Neal. Coming at it, Wilmot, but it's got out the front. De Goey applied some good pressure on Starcevic, but the Lions win it back only as far as Hoskin Elliott. He spirals it to half forward. Mark has been dropped by Zorko. Bobby Hill's been good. Josh Dacos wins it. Brilliant tackle. Outstanding tackle from the Irishman McKenna. And here come the Lions. Jasper Fletcher. He got some good pressure applied on him. Lincoln McCarthy at centre half forward. Crashing through over the top was Archie. And they will have a ball up. True centre half forward for Brisbane Lions, who enjoy a 6-point lead on the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Ball comes to ground, hits McCluggage in the chest. Neil, possession number 2, Reds Ed.
6.
Starting to get involved. McCreary riding the defensive area. He's run now from behind. He's done, and you know who's done it is Zach Bailey, who's kicked 2 of the great grand final goals. He'll line up the third in the first half, 48 out, no angle.
And a good decision from Lincoln McCarthy. As soon as he heard the whistle, he stopped. The ball landed in his hands. He could have played on. He could have had a ping, which a lot of forwards would do. But he just stopped and said, we've got a free kick, we've got a set shot. 50 out directly in front, let's take that.
What's his career best in a match, Zach Bailey, Chew?
Yeah, Zach Bailey for Triple M Red said his PB is 6 majors.
Okay, this for a third. 2 absolute beauties up the punt road end. He'll kick it from 50 to take it out to a 2-goal margin. Game high for Brisbane. Bailey leans back on it and just hooks it going for the extra distance. So Brisbane, the second blemish, they're 7-2-44. Collingwood 5-7-37. 7 points down. The Pies 8 to go. Second term. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Maynard was looking for my check, but Harris Andrews with a strong intercept mark to Coleman. Normally lays a light by foot. He wants Hipwood. Maynard gets involved again. Front and centre McCluggage. Slick little handball. It's good link. McCarthy with the pocket. Good looking attempt. Oh, brilliant! He loved it off the boot. The Lions have kicked some special goals. That's the second for Link McCarthy. Zach Bailey's kicked a couple of rippers, and Link McCarthy with a contender as well. And they have blown it out to a 13-point lead Brisbane are 8-2-50. Magpie 5-7-37. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Now, Nate, you and I both pondered whether Collingwood will do something about Kitty Coleman at quarter time. They haven't. Harris Andrews takes the intercept mark on the wing. He looks inboard. Coleman in the corridor all on his own, and he's the one that delivers the ball forward to a dangerous position.
Well, Collingwood trying to outnumber at the stoppage, so they get extra numbers around their midfield so they can run and gun off half back. But when they do that, the man that they leave free is Coleman at the moment. He's their best user by foot. So Collingwood backing in the system that they've had all year. But at the moment, Coleman is killing them back the other way.
And Brisbane, 42% goal scoring efficiency, 19 entries for 8 majors, that's 19 above the league average.
They're brought up a half ton, still 7 to go in the second term, Brisbane. Collingwood, you feel they're just on the ropes a touch at the moment. They need to respond before it gets out of hand. They go back through Mitchell. Can he squeeze the ball inside 50? Hits the Crisper, who's a good long kick. Do you think Jackie Crisper's got it from 50 on the angle, Nate?
Oh, he's a big kick of the football. I prefer him on the run, but he'll certainly make the distance. He's a straight runner. He'll run straight to the goals where the goal umpire is. So he doesn't arc around. He gives himself the best opportunity to kick straight through it.
What are his numbers, our man, Jay Crisp?
Crisp Howie for Triple M Reds had 6 disposals, just the 1 clearance.
Dars told us he was playing his 214th straight game, a streak that goes back to when he was aligned. Crisp from 55. Gee, it's a good kick. Jack Crisp from 55. Signals to the Collingwood crowd. We're on the way back. What a finish that was by the Crisper. Collingwood 6-7-43. They needed that. Brisbane 8-2-50. 7-point margin. Triple M Liquorland scoreboard. Brisbane to the good in a very high quality goal-kicking game of footy.
There's so much this year we've seen opportunities go begging, and it's cost teams games. But today we are seeing conversion from both teams, less than 50-50. Potentially goal-kicking scenarios, and they're just making it look easy. It's been a great game to watch thus far.
Huge moment from Jack Crisp, as Chief just pointed out, to take that from 50. It really felt like the momentum was heading Brisbane's way big time out to a 13-point lead, and that's a significant opportunity that has been taken by Jack Crisp. And didn't he know it too on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay? Celebrated like he should have. Back in the middle, McInerney and Big Meso, who guides it down to Pendlebury. He's tried to shin it forward. Lockie Neal collected by Ginnivan. This is happening centre forward. Ginnivan cleverly knocked it onto Myercheck. Flicked it out to Bobby Hill. Got a bit of an awkward bounce. Got through a Jasper Fletcher tackle. His short kick was taken by Zach Bailey, who spirals it out to the wing, but Quayner's there. Takes the mark.
Quayner hits it straight into the middle to Hoskin Elliott. Hasn't had a massive impact, but he gives it to the very quick man Markov. Puts on the afterburners. Markov from 60 all the way to the square. Touched by that man Coleman. 6-8-44. Collingwood, Brisbane 8-2-50. A goal to the good, the Lions. 6:26 to go, second term on the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Might have torched Josh Dacos down there, Chief, I thought, with that one. Danaher, strong mark in front of Darcy Moore from the kick in. Takes it at half-back. Joe's just settled into the game. What's he had, please, Shoeman?
8 disposals, kicked a goal.
Work rate is huge. He's getting up and about. Free kick has been picked out going Collingwood's way. Might have been against Cam Rayner, who went up and down with the Sherrin not in his vicinity. Maynard takes a look at that kick. Superb to Jeremy Howe. He storms through the middle. Bobby Hill! Unbelievable from Bobby! Takes a spectacular mark on the second attempt. And the Magpies hit back here. Bobby Hill can line up for goal number 3, and that is a grand final moment to savour.
He's been threatening to do that all year, Duke. The amount of times he has jumped, he's jumped early, he's jumped over packs, he's jumped a little bit late, he's got height just about every game this year, and that's the first one he's brought down, and what a time to do it when the Pies need it most.
What a moment from Bobby Hill for 3 first-half goals in the grand final. Bobby Hill's got it. Big mark, big goal. And the Magpies draw level again. We are seeing one of the great grand finals unfolding here at the MCG. It's all locked away, 7-8 to 8-2. 5 minutes remaining in the first half, and Bobby Hill's got 3 on the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Chief, the kick from Maynard. We spoke about Dacos' kick before. He gets the free kick and he sees Jeremy Howe running. There is a player only 3 metres behind him, which is Hugh McCluggage. Hugh McCluggage is no slouch either, but straight away in the middle of the ground. I mean, there's players that wouldn't even attempt that kick in a home and away game when they're 5 goals up, let alone a goal behind just before half-time at the MCG. But to a word, the Magpies follow their game plan. They take the game on, put players in a better position by doing that.
Starting to have a big impact, Bobby Hill, 10 possessions and equals his career best 3 goals.
You reckon his goal was good? His handshake with Bo McCreary was next level. Now's Collingwood again out of the middle to Goey. Now they're rolling Collingwood. McCreary, little chick round the corner. Ginnivan, listen to the crowd now. If this bloke pops one through from 40 on a 45, the Collingwood fans will just lose the plot.
Looks like he's going to go the straight shirt, or is he going to go the snap? He's coming in, has to nail it perfectly from here if he does go the snap from 45.
Ginnivan so often lights this team up to make it 3 in a row for the Pies. Career set shots, 37-12. Ginnivan, the crowd will tell you everything. Has he got the legs? Nate said it was going to be hard from there, and Nate was right. Thunders into the post off the fist. Collingwood take the lead with that point, though. 7-9-51, Brisbane 8-2-50. Bobby Hill's got 3. There's 4:17 to go in the second term. That is all on your Triple M Liquorland scoreboard. Bailey, McCarthy and Cameron, 2 for the Lions.
All for blokes having a snap across the body, but you've got to know when you're in distance.
High scoring, entertaining first half of the grand final. Archie on the wing. Fullback kick in, got there at lightning speed, but side bottom wraps him up.
Jack Ginnivan makes the distance 100% of the time if he kicks a drop punt from 40, but a snap, maybe 6 out of 10.
Just a concern for Brisbane, they only concede 48 entries per game, the least in the comp. They've already conceded 31. They're down by 12 overall.
High scoring too, Chewy. 51-50, 4 minutes to go before the major break.
Oh, it's a ring-a-ding-ding, Howie.
Nate, we've got a close one. Umpire sets himself, tosses it back in right in front of Mickey Roberts, who's been on fire. Lipinski is the sub in for Murphy, out with concussion. That was in the second term. Elliott stripped the footy, just dropped it. You can't do that, Jimmy. So Coleman, 2-man.
This will be disposal number 21. His PB is 30.
21?
You have to up there in Norm Smith medal voting at the moment.
If they get it right. So it's a high up and under from Coleman.
He hasn't spun many well at the moment, though.
On the centre forward, it opens a little door for Zach Bailey, who's untackleable at the moment. Bailey to Dunkley, pulled the kick late, could have maybe had a shot at goal. He decided to go to Charlie Cameron, and maybe a touch of miscommunication. It rolls through for a minor score. 7-9-51 apiece. 3:23 remaining in the first half. On the grand final here from the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard.
Amazing sight, the MCG, as the lights are on full, and it is just packed. The Shane Warne stand. The King would be loving this. It's bathed in sunlight. The members are in the shade. Still 27 degrees. And it's all square, 51 apiece. Centre wing ball. It just looks absolutely magnificent, the stadium, Chief.
It's a great Coliseum, isn't it?
It really is.
Jam-packed.
Absolutely packed. In fact, it's still 29 degrees. Spring has sprung in Melbourne. Probably 13 tomorrow. Spills out the back, Lockie Neal. Grabs it off the pack. Gives it to McCluggage. Centre wing, back to Neal. Starting to get involved in the game. It's a high up and under, shallow entry inside 50. Danaher flies. Tried to claim the mark. The umpire won't hurt bar. That does spill out though. Maynard looks at the bench line and finds it 60 round from his defensive goal.
Level at the moment, Ash. Can you tell us the last grand final? Half-time was level.
Come back to you very shortly, Brownie. Great question.
1909 it was, Chew, just off the top of my head.
Spot on, Das. I was going to say that.
South Melbourne.
Roundy throw in. McInerney. McCluggage. Nick Dacos bounces off a tackle. It's hurried forward. It's Lockie Neal's path. He's going to be able to secure it and almost fell over. Back to Coleman. Disposal number what, Two-man?
22.
As they go inside 50, Eric Hipwood. Front and centre, Darcy Cameron. He does well. Gets the kick out to Jamie Elliott, who almost could have been pinned for incorrect disposal. McCluggage is kick partially smothered. Getting back to Goey. Hands it off to Lipinski, to Mitchell, and they're away here to Elliott.
Gee, to Goey was strong there. Elliott takes a bounce centre wing. He doesn't have Frampton in the ideal spot. Now Billy makes some ground. Here's Billy. Darcy Gardner. Oh, a bit of push and shove between Billy and Darcy. Fiery customer. Heard Steele Sidebottom refer to him this week, Frampton, as Chooker. As the ball is just in attack for the Pies, 60 from their home.
2:09 in the first half remaining here. 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final is a belter. Scores are level. Mitchell scooped it out to Lipinski. Bobby Hill's got 3 in the first half. Oh, nearly took the mark. Spins around. Bobby, goal number 4. 4 goals, Bobby Hill. Extraordinary scenes. He is turning it on the biggest stage of all. And the Magpies out to a 6-point lead. And Bobby has been incredible.
Best man on ground, Bobby Hill. He would be leading my votes for the Norm Smith right about now. And what he's doing a lot of the time is playing from behind, Nate. That's putting the defender in doubt. He doesn't know whether he's going to jump on top of him. He just pushed him underneath the ball that time, brought it to ground, nearly took the chest mark. But when it hit the deck, he just dances away, creates space, shimmied as though he was going to go onto the right, then turned onto the left. He is just proving the difference between the two teams at the moment, Bobby Hill.
Lipinski's been okay as the sub too. How many disposals since he's come on? Actually came on at quarter time.
Yeah, 6 disposals and a couple of inside 50s.
Is that a career best for Bobby Hill?
It is, Howie.
In the first half of the Granny Chieftain. Bobby Hill's got 4. Collingwood, who looked like they were a touch wobbly, have kicked the last 3 to lead it by a goal. 150 to go before the major break. Just get it down to Bobby Hill is what Collingwood fans want to see. Rayner tries to break a tackle. Nick Dacos back towards Rayner. Ball still to be won in the middle. Rayner, Robertson shoves it forward. Doesn't get much on it. Lands in the arms of McCluggage. So he's got it in front of Quaynor. 70 from home. The big boys are deep. Ecker's there. They go towards Joe. Big fly, Joe!
Good kick.
Good grab too. I mean, it's set up into the pocket, but he had to run and jump over a couple of players and clunk it. There was enormous pressure on that from Danaher. The kick was good, but the mark was splendid.
Anything could happen here for Joe. 35 out, 3 metres inside the boundary, out of sight. He's kicked 1. Pulls up his sisters, Joe, the former Bomber. This to bring it level again. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Takes a couple of deep breaths. Trots in now. Danaher from 35. Joe Danaher sneaks it home. They can't miss here at the G. They're banging him in left, right and centre. Joe's got 2. Tall square again, 8-9-57. Brisbane 9-3-57. 58 to go before half time. It's like we're watching a highlights package.
Oh, credit to Joe Danaher. He's turned his game around. Thought he was dreadful in the first term. He got plenty of the ball, but just kept making poor decisions. This time, he's turned it around. It was a really good mark, as you mentioned, Nate, a contested mark. He's kicked a couple in the second term. He's been involved in other passages of play. And you talk about turning your game around. Hugh McCluggage is the other one. He touched it once in the first term. He's had 10 in term number 2. Kicked the goal himself and now a goal assist.
Dad Anthony looking on, very proud of Joe and his superb. That was a big contested mark. And he slotted it through from an acute angle. Scores are level. 8-9-57 to 9-3-57. 58 seconds in the first half, and that bounce is going to come back. Umpire Robert Finlay, it's his first AFL Grand Final. 6 lead changes, Howie. The score's been level 4 times in this Grand Final in the first half. You can't ask for much more. Over the top, Cameron, but taken away by Lachie Neale. A slow starter in the Grand Final. Getting involved now, Hipwood. Good contested effort. Jeremy Howe's direct opponent's going to pick it up. This is side bottom. Classy kick finds Ginnivan.
39 seconds on the clock. Bobby Hill's the hot hand. They've opened up the 50 for him. He's kicked 4. He's the only one down there at the moment. And it's McKenna standing him, and he'd be looking a touch nervous as well. They drive towards centre wing. Cox fisted away from him by Harris Andrews. Clock stops 24. So it was Collingwood by 10 at quarter time. Been goals galore. 10 goals in the second term. Brisbane 9-3, Collingwood 8-9. 57 apiece. Bobby Hill has got 4. Centre wing. Dacos, possession number
18.
He steps around, Lachie Neale, back to Degoe, another one for Dacos, goes in more. Pies fans loving his work. Goes into Hoskin earlier. Where's Bobby? Just get it down towards Bobby. There's a man out. It's the Crispus floated down off half back. Degoe kicked one up the siren at quarter time. Now it's up to the Crisper to give Collingwood the lead on the half-time siren. He's about 47 metres out, Jack Crisp. Playing game number what in a row, Dars?
214, if you don't mind, Howie.
7 disposals, 3 contested, a tackle, a clearance and a goal for Jack Crisp. This to give Collingwood the lead. Half-time, 2023 AFL Grand Final, 55. Crisp drives it forward. The Crisper drives it home. Collingwood lead it by that goal. We've seen one of the great first half Grand Finals. Collingwood, they lead it by Crisp's goal, 9-9-63. Brisbane 9-3-57. A 1-goal margin to Collingwood. Sweltering 29 degrees. Bob J. Mickey R.
Little trouble for McCarthy. He had to pass a fitness test to get into this Brisbane side. Left calf fully strapped. You can have a look at that at half-time. That'll cool down. So he could be doubtful second half, McCarthy.
All right. Collingwood lead it by a goal, 9-9-63 to Brisbane 9-3-57. Bobby Hill, he's got 4 in the back pocket in the first half. Don't go anywhere. You got the Chief, you got Noodles, you got Mark Seymour on the undertow with a bit of halftime entertainment. And of course you got Chew and Robbo for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. The Pies by a goal at halftime. Triple M Rocks footy.
That quarter for Liquorland. Here's to the footy finals. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream. 4 minutes until Triple M ranks footy. Half minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
.5 minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
until Triple M rocks footy. Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
30 seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This halftime break for Mitre 10 trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10.
Collingwood by 10 at quarter time. Back to a 6-point margin the way of the Pies, 9-9-63. Brisbane 9-3-57. Joe Danner has got 2, McCarthy 2, Charlie Cameron and Bailey, 2 of the best you'll see on grand final day. Bobby Hill, if you don't mind, has 4. Collingwood lead it by a goal. He's the two man with the Reds' edge that you need to pay attention to.
Well, 6 lead changes, as you mentioned. Howie's scores have been level on 4 occasions, but Collingwood dominating the territory battle, 33 inside 50s to 23. Coleman, he's the number 1 ranked player on the ground, 22 touches, 596 metres gained, the most number of touches in a granny. Simon Black with 39, Petrarca also with 39, so we'll keep an eye out for that stat. And for the Pies, Howie, 19 disposals and a major to Nick Dacos.
This is the halftime break for Mitre 10. Get in, get out, get on with it. At Mitre 10 trade, you got Jason Dunstall and Nate Brown.
It's just been a brilliant first half of football. You don't often see grand finals be so attacking. It's a dour struggle normally, but both sides have been attacking it. When I talk about Collingwood, their foot skills have been sublime. When you talk about Nick Dacos, a couple of times he's got the ball, and particularly in this last passage of play. So he got the handball out, he got it back, he was able to run, but then change direction, as he always does, get the kick back into the middle of the ground. When Collingwood have changed direction, they've scored. So too with Brisbane. When they've got the ball at half back and been able to go on the 45-degree and dangerous kicks into the middle of the ground, that's when they've scored. All the big players have come to play. This has been a highlight.
It's an engaging contest, isn't it? We've really enjoyed it, and momentum ebbed and flowed a little bit in that second term. It looked like Brisbane started to get their game going, but then Collingwood answered. I still feel like they might just have the edge at the moment. Nick Dacos, clearly the best midfielder on the ground, the second best player on the ground for mine. The man that's leading the way for me is Bobby Hill. Brisbane don't have a matchup. He's finding space. He's getting the ball at the deck when he needs it. He's flying over the top of opponents. He's really confused them by playing from behind, and they're kind of getting caught between looking for him, looking for the ball coming down. He's kicked 4 goals in the first half. He's been involved in a couple of passages. He's making the most of his set shots. So I think he's probably the best man on the ground. Coleman, as Ash said, leading the way for the Lions. I think Danaher and Bailey, with a couple each, have been very serviceable.
Well, the Collingwood small forwards have been a 1-2 punch. So he's kicked 4 goals, Bobby Hill, but McCreary's been just as good, but he's kicked 3 behind. So the pace is really worrying the Brisbane half-back line at the moment. So very, very good. The thing with Billy Frampton is he's come into play on Harris Andrews. So far he's done a pretty good job. Harris Andrews has had an okay game. He's spoiled a few out of bounds, hasn't had too many intercept marks, but Frampton hasn't touched the football. I still want my player, even though you're going to someone and getting the job done, I still want you to get your hands on the football and kick a goal back the other way.
Here's 30 seconds of Mark Seymour with When a River Runs Dry.
I got the money, another 1,000,000 miles to run. I'd cry for the future, but it wouldn't get anything done. Relax, abandon ship, turn your back on Mother Nature. You got nothing but your soul to sell. You got nothing when the river runs dry. You will return to the scene of the crime when the river runs dry.
Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest prices guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it. Half time here at the grand final. Collingwood lead at 9-9-63 to the Lions, 9-3-57. Plenty more of Das, Noodles, the Chief and the two-man next. McDonald's Marine Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. Time now for a news update with our man, Damien Carbonator.
Carbonator.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Millions of Aussies huddled around TVs this afternoon, joining the nearly 100,000 people at the MCG for the AFL Grand Final. Half-time with Collingwood leading Brisbane by just the one goal. The Pies' Nick Dacos was the first goal kicker, while Nathan Murphy is out of the game with concussion. US legends Kiss rocked the pre-match entertainment with Mark Seymour now out in the middle at half-time. In other news, an investigation is underway following a tragic boating accident involving a whale in Sydney. It flipped a boat in Botany Bay, sending 2 men on board into the water. One man sadly died at the scene. Tasmania's Premier denies his minority government is falling apart. It's after Attorney General Elise Archer resigned from the party and Parliament amid bullying allegations. Overseas, Washington remains in deadlock over how to deal with debt. Republican hardliners have voted against emergency funding being released to avoid a government shutdown. And clocks to jump forward in most states after midnight tonight as daylight saving kicks in. Right now it's 29 degrees at the MCG. Sunny skies with gusty winds for the rest of the AFL Grand Final. It's half-time with Collingwood leading Brisbane by just one goal as Triple M rocks footy.
Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the Grand Final.
4 minutes until Triple M ranks footy. Three and a half minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Until
Triple M rocks footy.
Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
One minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This halftime break for Mitre 10 trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10.
Half-time at the MCG, and you're listening to the great Mark Seymour with some of his absolute classics. He had a little cameo from Kate Miller-Hyde here a moment ago. Let's have a listen to Mark Seymour.
Thank you, Melbourne!
Thank you, Mark Seymour. The entertainment, I think, has been outstanding. Kiss kicked us off and did a great job. And then Mark Seymour, Kate Miller-Hyde and the team at halftime enjoying that one. Halftime, we'd like to have a look at the clangers for good. Who covers clangers on and off the field? Amy does. Let's go back to the first quarter. 2023 grand final, full house, the MCG. It's 29 degrees and we're underway in a bit of anticlimax.
Maynard on Charlie Cameron too.
Bounces being recalled up by Simon Meredith in his 470th game. It's his 8th grand final. They throw it up the first possession. Lockie Neal. I'd like to have that one back, I think, up by Simon Meredith if he had his time again. What a grand final unfolding here at the MCG. 9-9-63. The Pies have got a 6-point lead at half-time over the Brisbane Lions. 9:57. We mentioned the temperature there. It is a hot afternoon. The players are running on top of the ground. And, Chief, you probably expect there's no way this game goes back to a dire struggle. It probably opens up even more as players get fatigued, you'd imagine.
Yeah, you're probably right. There'll be a massive emphasis in the halftime rooms about recovery and making sure they're hydrated and got the energy levels ready to go, because it will become a slog in that second half, and you'll find out who's got the legs and who's got the drive to keep going and to run themselves beyond their normal limits. It's going to there's going to be opportunities in the second half. You're 100% correct. It's been a pretty open game in the first half. We love how high scoring it is. We just hope it continues in this vein in the second half.
Bobby Hill only played 11 games last year for the Giants. He was diagnosed with testicular cancer, and at halftime he's got 4 goals in a grand final. Been a remarkable performance from Bobby. The Lions will be paying some attention to him in the third term. Halftime, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back at the second half. What a grand final. The Pies with a 6-point lead over the Brisbane Lions. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Mitre 10 trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10.
for Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Making its debut is Macca's new McCrispy. What about that? Enjoy the taste of a juicy 100% Aussie crispy chicken breast combined with fresh lettuce and a brand new signature sauce, all topped off with a soft glazed bun. Oh, Macca's new McCrispy burger making its debut on the menu at Macca's. Don't miss a second of the action and order through McDelivery today. Available after 10:30am. McDelivery is available in select locations.
4 minutes until Triple M ranks footy. .5 minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Two and a half minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
until
Triple M rocks footy.
Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business. They've got the biggest range of ceiling fans for every job. Beacon Trade. Let's make life work.
Collingwood by 10 at quarter time, 6 at the half-time break, and shots on the Harvey Norman to Pete Dacos, standing there as the Pies run out, dishing out high fives to his sons, to their teammates. I just love it. Just spurring them on, the great Peter Dacos.
Love it, Howie.
Beacon Trade, so do I, Nate. They're here to partner with your business to make every tradie's job easier. With Australia's biggest range of ceiling fans, we've got the right ceiling fan for every job. Join Beacon Trade, make light work. Collingwood lead at 9-9-63 to Brisbane 9-3-57. Bobby Hill got 4 in the first half. Bob Jane T-Marts, of course, they've got great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T&Cs apply. Mickey Roberts.
McCarthy out. Both sides just running out at the same time. That calf left side had to pass a fitness test to get in to the team Brisbane side. So that's a good sign after half time. As we know, Nathan Murphy concussion, failed that, distraught, failed the second test out on the green stuff. So he's been replaced by Lipinski. Just spoke to the AFL. Over 100,000 people in the stadium, unofficial. So they're jammed in, Howie. That's big time. And the sun is seriously hot. Players coming off flushed in the face. This is last man standing stuff with fatigue in the last term. Let's see how they go. The Hawaiian oil is out in the southern side.
Yeah, I love it, Robbo. Collingwood's talked all year through McRae and the CEO, Craig Kelly, about embracing the past and getting past players back down the club. That shot, if Collingwood go and win the premiership, will be iconic, of Peter Dacos giving his sons high fives and the rest of the team as they come up the race note. I love that.
And he set a standard. So if the Western Bulldogs make the grand final next year, I expect our man front to be high-fiving them all as they run out.
Including Big Sam as they run out as well. It's great to see. What happens, Chief, if you had to back a horse, what are you doing?
I'm hanging on to my ticket.
Right, it's that
because I don't know which way it's going to go. And a lot might depend on who's got the legs in the last quarter. We know that Collingwood are so good at winning games of footy, particularly when it's tight. They've got a great handle on how to manage tempo and balance within a game. But Brisbane, probably a little more unknown for us on grand final day, second half. They didn't start great, but they got themselves into the contest. They're only a goal down at half-time. They've still got to fancy their chances. So I think we're in for another fantastic second half of football.
63 plays 57 at the half-time break. Bobby Hill, tell us about his game, Q, on a statistical front, please, Red Z style.
Yeah, 11 disposals, 4 marks, 3 of those inside the attacking 50, Howie. He's kicked 4 goals in a half, so 4 majors is a career high for him.
And Q, our man Das is chairman of the Norm Smith voting panel, so we can't talk about it with him. But if you were looking to hand out 3, 2 and 1 at half time with Nate and Chief, where are you going?
I'll just bundle a few players there. So Bobby Hill's got to come into contention. Also for Collingwood, Nick Dacos with his 9 and a major. And I think for the Brisbane Lions, probably Coleman. He's been the standout with 22. There've been a couple that have drifted in and out. McCluggage was very good in that second quarter with 10 disposals and a goal.
Danaher's second quarter was very good as well. So can't wait for this second quarter to get underway. Tom Mitchell comes to the bench. Chief, this is just going to be... It's going to go down to the wire. As we know, Collingwood games genuinely go down to the wire. It's the players that make the right decision. And time again in that second quarter, both clubs prepared to bite it off into the middle of the ground. So don't blink into this one. This is going to go all the way.
Jason Dunstall, Nate Brown, that's your Triple M Seabar Super Special comments. Seabar Super making hard work pay off in the back row all over alongside the two men. Let's get down to Robbo, Bob Jane T-Marts. What's happening, Robbo? Okay, we'll get back to Robbo in a moment.
Nathan Murphy sitting in the back stalls with sunglasses on because of the glare. Concussion test, he failed. So that's the reason for the Sunnies. The sun's out.
Thank you, Robbo, for that. That was a big story. Lipinski, the activated sub, as a result of Murphy, who failed the sub test, and he's got the dark sunnies on. Underway in the second half. What a game it's been. McCluggage picked up, well tackled by Dacos, could have been rewarded. Dunkley just scrambles a kick forward. Here's Josh Dacos. Can he get past Lockie Neal? It's still pinballing around the middle. Trying to hack it forward was Pendlebury. Now to Goey. Got boot to ball quickly. Bobby Hill been brilliant. Handball maybe a bit too hot for Lipinski. Coleman equally is good. Going back, Bobby Hill. Rayner, look how hot that footy is to start the second half. The Magpies advance it to centre half forward, and that is where it will be balled up. It is a 6-point lead to the Magpies.
He looks unstoppable when he's around the footy at the moment, Bobby Hill. Elliott shoves it forward. Frampton, Harris comes back. Frampton holds him. There's a push, there's a shove. There's a kick off the ground, and there's a behind.
I reckon at that stoppage, if I was Starcevic, I would have been standing arm across Bobby Hill, but still gave him 5 metres and then gave him goal side after that. He's living dangerously.
9-10 to 9-3, 7-point lead to the Pies on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Heading to the punt road end are the Lions. Wilmot ran his full measure from full back. Charlie Cameron, front and centre. Dunkley tried to draw a free kick. Umpire wasn't buying it. Here's Jasper Fletcher. Little hot handball's been taken away by Lipinski. Here's Josh Dacos, who's been pretty good too. Two-man, although that kick has missed the target.
11 touches for Josh Dacos, Stars.
Here comes Kitty Coleman the other way for Brisbane.
Yeah, it's smothered by the undefeatable one, Quaynor, then rides a couple of tackles. He could have an issue. And Zorko puts him in the wrestling leg lock manoeuvre. That's about the only way he can stop IQ. Centre wing. Just in to attack the Pies. Right in front of Robbo, in the shade. Lights have been on for the whole game here at the MCG. On a warm day. Cox throws a boot at it, lands on the chest of Zorko. What's his afternoon so far, Chew, on the Red Zeds?
8 touches.
Red Z Lending, loans to the self-employed, REDZED.com. Now McCluggage has got a defensive point of the square for the Lions.
Really worked his way into the game in that second term, did Hugh McCluggage. Saw their appetite for the corridor kick on display. This time he goes laterally to Starcevic. Berry's worked hard on the outer wing, Shane Warne stand side, but the defensive zone for the Magpies is good. They're having to just be careful here in their attack. Starcevic has it again. Not a lot that he's keen to take on, so it'll be the kick down the line. Darcy Moore in good shape for the intercept mark, but Hipwood made sure it was a contest off his hands and out of bounds half forward for Brisbane.
McDonald's and Remote Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Macca's, Hugh McCrispy hits a star on debut. Right in front of the magnificent Shane Warne stand, which is absolutely packed and bathed in glorious spring sunshine at the MCG. The 246, Cox and McInerney. Cox taps it back over his head. Wilmot does well. Now releases Rayner, but it's pickpocketed. Well done, Lipinski. Now the crisper, middle of the MCG. To go, he bashes it forward. Here comes Bobby Hill running towards it. Coming the other way, though, the Lions. Chain of hand pass in the middle. Hoskin, Elliott, ball to one. Crisp, clever. Out towards Josh Dacos. McCreary picks it up. You don't argue, and it works out for McCreary.
Played it really well by McCreary and finds Josh Dacos. Had a little lead up from Myercheck. Going to head in the Elliott direction. Superb kick, Josh Dacos. And Jamie Elliott, this is what he gets paid to do. It's a 50-metre opportunity, but something he is capable of.
Don't underestimate Bo McCreary's game at the moment. I know that Ian Hill has kicked the 4 goals, but Bo McCreary, his pace around the stoppages and his ability to work in and out of tight situations and put a player into a better position has been outstanding in the first half.
Jamie Elliott, 29 of his 39 goals for the season have come since the 12 games after the bye. Goes to set up kick. Mason Cox was all over it. He's had it slapped out of his hands by Myercheck. Back there to Lanster, and he's panicked with it, put it straight back into the arms of Jamie Elliott, this time about 10 metres closer to goal, and he won't be passing this one off.
It was a comedy of errors, wasn't it? Not sure what was going through Meso's head, whether he thought he had the mark, and then he just flopped to the ground and just pulled the kick. Ryan Lester, Jamie Elliott, who gets a chance from 10 metres closer in.
Jamie Elliott had a little cider a moment ago. The goal kicking has been outstanding in this grand final. That one looked a little bit of a tug left, but then it got the Tom Hawkins left to right bender on, but inexplicably has not made the journey. I can't work that out. Mustn't have connected with it at all well. So off hands through for a minor score. Magpies go to 9-11-65. Brisbane 9-3-57. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Brisbane out of side. Wilmot to Berry. Back to Darcy Wilmot, the man from Montmorency. Hasn't really progressed it far. It's a little short ball. Lockie Neal, Red Z tube.
Lockie Neal, 12 touches.
Getting involved. The dual Brownlow medalist. The Swallows on the left arm in the tattoo. Points and wants to go up the middle of the MCG and does that. Sets up Danaher in front of Quaynor. Rarely beaten Quaynor, but he can't be expected to outmark Joe, who got one for his trouble. A bit of push and shove. Now Brisbane, they stream forward. Cameron kick 2. Gee, it's a low wobbler. Maynard dives like his second slip, gets a fist on it. Hurried snap out of the pack. It was off the boot of Fletcher. Bouncing ball. And they see it through rather unconvincingly in the Pies from behind. Collingwood are 9-11. Brisbane are 9-4. 7 points down. The Lions. 15 to go third term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business. They got the biggest range of ceiling fans for every job. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
Not only be a small thing, Chief, but the Brisbane forwards in this quarter are going to have to deal with direct sunlight. Every part of the ground is not in sunlight apart from their forward 50.
Beautifully done, Fletcher. Won it back, but Dunkley sold into trouble. He sold Lockie Neal into trouble. Immediately tackled by Nick Dacos, and the famous Collingwood pressure on display. They trap it at half forward, the Lions. And we've thrown up. McInerney outbodies Mason Cox. Big contest to be won, trying to stand up with the footy and muscle his way through ineffectively in the end. As Josh Dunkley emerges with the footy, but it's going to be thrown up the same spot at half forward for Brisbane.
Cox taps it forward. It was worth a kick. Covered 30 metres. Myercheck kicked a nice goal. Does well to Ginnivan. Floats her left foot wobbler in the path of Frampton. Here comes Bobby Hill on the scene. Starcevic gets him and breathes a sigh of relief. And it's holding the ball. Well done, Starcevic, because that man is kicked forward. He's been in everything. B. Hill.
Bit of change of matchup, Chief. Starcevic onto Bobby Hill.
No, he spent time. He and Lester have kind of had the responsibility there, depending on the structure of the back six. But he is still the man that has to be kept quiet. Bobby Hill looks dangerous every time it goes forward.
Into whether or not they might have said, righto, Stars, your man in the second half. Bobby Hill out of control with 4 first half goals. Awkward kick from Neil, beautifully taken by Quainer. And then he kicks a real floater back down the line. Lockie Neal used his body well against Myercheck. Now he gets the handball back. He's going to take on a tackler. Myercheck nearly got him. Did really well, Lockie Neal, to actually get that handball away. And now Lester gallops from half back. Kicks to the wing. Darcy Cameron, Dunkley picked it up front and centre. McCluggage starting to become a factor. Beautiful kick to Big Eka.
Waits for Danaher. Crisper comes back because he was awake and aware. Was the Crisp man. Takes in a set mark. Goes all the way back to full back. Steals side bottom. Sun bouncing off his head. Goes short to Nick Dacos. They belt him every time he takes the footy. So much so they're spinning.
That was stupid by Berry. What could you expect other than a 50-metre penalty after he'd marked the football? You cannon into his back.
This could really help the Pies. The young champ goes short to the old champ, Pendlebury. Scotty Pendlebury, the man from Sale, playing game 383. He's won 1 premiership. He goes short to Jack Crisp. The ripping goal in the second term did Crisp. It's a very crowded forward line, so he's going to drive a low slider. Oh, Frampton should have marked it. Just burst through his hands. He'd be disappointed with that. They're still there. Get him and tackle, but there's a let-off for Brisbane. Collingwood deep in attack, leading it by 7 points.
Triple M Harvey Norman replay. What are you seeing there, Nate?
It's Billy Frampton not being able to judge the football, and his mouth was open once he dropped the football. He couldn't believe that he put that one down.
Pies reload again directly in front of their goal. McCluggage, he's kicked a little scrambler, not 15, side bottom. He's trying to claim the mark. Now he gets a handball back to DeGoey. Flicks it back further. Maynard short, not 15 again. Well done, Josh Dunkley. Put the clamps on Nick Dacos. And then the game tackle for the Pies on Starcevic.
Wow.
And they have paid it, Chief. Didn't seem to be a whole heap of prior opportunity. Brandon Starcevic has been pinned. And he copped a
high over the shoulder. Should have been a free kick to Starcevic. But take him when you get him.
So a little bit of a gift goes the way of the Magpies here. Braden Maynard got away with a high swinging arm and been rewarded.
He kicks this, Darce.
Has not kicked a goal this year, Braden Maynard, in 24 games. Just 17 for his career. Good looking effort. It steered home and then it hit the goalpost 3/4 the way up. It was home for about 98% of the time. And a minor score, the Magpies 9-12, Brisbane 9-4. 8-point lead. That is all brought to you on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Bashed into the goalpost on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Hot deals on barbecues, charcoal grills, smokers and outdoor kitchens now at Harvey Norman. Coleman, possession number 2, Red Z.
23.
Takes a bit off, it's a clever kick.
Outside 5.
How many kick-ins out of those 23?
Actually, that was his first stat this quarter with that kick-in. Brownie, come back to you shortly.
Andrews, now Eric Hipwood, as the Collingwood crowd starts to rumble around the MCG. Brisbane have got it on the outer side, centre wing. Patient build-up. They go to McCluggage, who does well to mark in front of Markov.
That's strong.
Fitty.
Oh, gee, you'll just about be in range here.
Huge.
So McCluggage kicked one in the second term. Harvey Norman, what was the 54, Nate?
Well, I can only imagine that he was creeping over the mark as the umpire was calling him back. So we have a look at Oleg, and he's calling him back, and
I wonder if he'd called him to stand and he was backpedaling.
That was pretty stiff, though. He was trying to get back off the mark.
That's what happened, Chief. I just heard umpire Meredith marked up for us. Just said, I told him to stand, and he moved 50 metres.
It's a decent 50 too. It was centre wing. And the man on the marks.
Massive kick for Brisbane.
40 out. McCluggage, 15 disposals for a second goal from a 50. Leans back on it. McCluggage points to the crowd. Brisbane fans are up. Hughes got 2. Back to 2 points. Collingwood 9-12, 66. Brisbane 10-4, 64. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade here to partner with your business. They've got the biggest range of ceiling fans for every job. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work
Sometimes you need a bit of luck as well, and it was unfortunate. I thought that Oleg Markov was stiff there. He got up off the mark, and he wanted to just get back off a little bit, so he didn't give away a 50, and then the umpire pinged him anyway. But career set shots now, 36 goals, 36 for Hughes. McCluggage comes up with a good one at a nice time.
Yeah, conversion's everything. That's what's got Brisbane knee-deep into this game. 10 goals for. They have kicked everything.
He was huge, McCluggage. Spot on.
And he's been the number one ranked player on the ground since quarter time, McCluggage. 15 disposals and 2 majors.
And that contested mark, as you said, Chief and Brownie, at half forward was super important. They get one, Brisbane. They're much needed to start this third term, but McInerney launched high and then guided it to Zach Bailey, who's drawn a free kick. So the Lions will go forward inside 50 off the boot of Bailey. Looking for Joe Danaher. He gave a lead, but he went back over his head. Hipwood's got to compete. They get it to ground level. McCluggage down there again. Crisp. Almost thought it was kept in McCluggage, but it will be a boundary throwing. Punt road end. Shane Warne stands side pocket. It's a 2-point lead to the Magpies. Halfway mark of this third term.
Danaher will go on the ruck against Darcy Cameron with Brisbane in attack. Double fist down towards Cameron. Charlie can't get clear. Now umpire reset. 30 out for Brisbane's goal. They've kicked the only goal for the term. Collingwood led by 10 at quarter time, 6 at the half-time break. It's currently a 2-point lead to Collingwood halfway through the third term. Congestion. Someone just hacks it out of the pack. It's out on the full. Not sure whose boot it was off.
Darcy Cameron.
Yep.
It's going to be a free kick to Zorko.
Grabbed it out of the ruck, put it on the boot, went sideways.
So Zorko will have to kick it from across the boundary line, 35 out. Near impossible, but the way they're kicking them today, Chief, anything could happen.
You just don't know. It was ruck expertise at its best, wasn't it?
We've seen some crackers here.
Exmel just kicked it straight out of bounds.
Game 250 for Zorko. Bristled at suggestions this week. He was retiring. He's got to get Mickey Klein out of the way, the photographers. Zorko now. Centering ball. It's a clever kick, but it doesn't work out because the only one that was aware was Mitchell, who marked the centre half back.
Yeah, sometimes the player with the ball thinks this will be really clever. But if there's no one there, it's one of the dumbest kicks you can actually do. It's just a straight turnover. There was nobody a chance of marking that except for Tom Mitchell.
And suddenly the Pies have got a mark here with my check, and advantage is going to be paid to Josh Dacos. So they turn defence into attack very quick. As that one got out of bounds on the full.
Did he get a free kick then, Duke, did he? How did he get an advantage from a mark?
Must have. And then the umpires deemed that that's touched the outside of the line. It looked out in the full, didn't it?
Is that a free kick to Myercheck, Ash?
Tiniest bit of chalk came up there, too, man.
It was Brownie, free to Myercheck.
Didn't see the chalk myself. So Collingwood, half forward, McCluggage kicked the ripping goal. Chester Zorko, he plays on the little man, little shimmy, tries to make something of it from McCarthy. Maynard, boundary. Brisbane in attack. Maynard and McCarthy have a bit of a chat to the umpire.
Played 15 minutes in this third quarter. Pendlebury only won this quarter. Nick Dacos won, Mitchell won, side bottom to Goey 2 each. So the engine room at Collingwood is dropping off a little bit for the first half of this quarter.
Had 18 first half goals. We've just managed one in almost half the third term. Lockie Neal charging onto it. Nick Dacos gave chase, put enough pressure on to Jasper Fletcher, kept his feet well, getting in there was Hipwood. This is all happening deep in the attack for the Brisbane Lions. Left forward pocket, they've been able to manufacture a ball up. As Tom Mitchell and Lockie Neal engage with each other. 9:22 remaining in the third term.
30 round for Brisbane's attacking goal. Cameron does well to side bottom. You can't get it clear though. McCluggage looking to draw a free. As soon as he took possession, he was looking to draw a free there, and he wasn't able to.
And by Matt Stevic, one of the best and most experienced in the game. 10 grand finals prior to this one this afternoon. His 473rd game. Umpire Matt Stevic, totally in control down there. Left forward pocket, punt road end, Lions in attack. Danaher chooses not to go up the ruck, and this is the third or even fourth ball up in the same spot in the road, Nate. And they don't mind this. The Brisbane Lions applying some pressure.
Collingwood don't mind it either, so Collingwood just want to keep this one in close. Brisbane want to spread it.
Look out for a free kick though.
Danaher throws it onto the boot, straight onto the chest of Jeremy Howe. So we've got that sleeve on after that horrific broken arm. Goes short to a man that has won a premiership for Collingwood, steel side bottom.
It's almost a fashion statement now, the armband,
yeah, it's got that Allen Iverson feel to it, doesn't it? Side bottom off one step. tries to clear his defensive area. A lot of lines in the region. The Crisper does well, though. Nice little contested.
That's a big win, 1 against 3. He was 1 out. They were in all sorts of trouble there.
Held on well, didn't they, the Magpies, under sustained pressure deep in their defence. And Jack Crisp, they seem to know the cues of when to just pause for a moment. Chris does a little bit of that, launching at it. Big Meso, his ruck partner there, Darcy Cameron, just spirals one inside forward 50. The bounce was okay for Myercheck, and then he cleverly slapped it on. Get him in from the pocket. He's capable from here. Jack hit the goalpost. He had some targets with the centering kick, who maybe thought it should have gone there, but a minor score. 9-13-67, Collingwood 10-4-64, Brisbane. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Gardner, the man that came in the prelim in place of the injured Payne and kept his spot, not his best effort. And Archie sees it across the boundary.
Players be getting tired. Hardly any scoring in this third term, so no chance to reset. You almost get a minute and a half every time there's a goal kick. So there was 11 kicked in that second quarter. You get time to get your breath. Stoppage in the middle of the ground or a centre bounce. There hasn't been any of that, so it's just been rolling play this whole third term.
Still 28 degrees to go. He reverse spirals it inside 50. Myercheck claims it. Umpire says no. McKenna brings it to ground. Collingwood 30 out from their goal.
Nearly a mark. Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen. Good umpiring, Brady Myercheck. Fumbled it late. Now it's the Magpies' turn to just apply some pressure on the lines. Deep in their attack. Picked up beautifully Lipinski, but he's just kicked that one way off the side of the boot. Sent it 35 rows back out of bounds on the full. It's Chris Fagan and Craig McRae stare on. You can imagine the nervous tension going through both senior coaches.
Choice Hotels round the ground. And for Macca's Marine Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Centre wing ball, Darcy Moore beaten by Joe Danaher. He goes a little underground kick, might work out Archie. He's got players streaming forward. They're calling for it. Robertson's out the back. It's a beautiful ball. That's as good a transition as we've seen. And damn, spins around and bangs it home. Brisbane are in front. Another lead change. Brisbane 11-4-70. Collingwood 9-13-67. That is lead change number 7 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, he did some strange things in the first quarter, Chuck, but Joe Danaher has got his head in the game right now. Took a really good mark and got the ball moving. Sensed there was players running, so put it out in front of those players who were running. And then I love a player who can make a good decision. Callum Archie, you see so many players get the ball when they're 80 out, and they've got so much space in front of them. They think, I'm going to run all the way here, and I'm going to run. And then somebody comes at them and they make a meal of it. He goes, nah, I'm 70 out. I've got a player 50 metres down the track who's made space. The ball can move quicker than what I can run with it. I'm going to move it right now. The kick was brilliant, and they kicked the goal from that. Good play, well thought out.
What a grand final this is proving to be. 1v2. 7 lead changes, how he just told us. It's the Lions have just got their nose back in front. They trailed by 6 points at half-time. Joe Danaher having an impact, takes it cleanly from the centre bounce, but his kick lands in the lap of Jack Crisp to Mitchell. Lead up target is Jamie Elliott. Still about 80 metres from home. And Myercheck offer the lead, goes short and wide to side bottom. Crafts a little one. Myercheck's work rate was good. It's still 60 metres out. Magpies attacking to the city end of the MCG.
Quite often they've been going for this chip kick to about 20 metres out.
That's exactly what they do again, Nate. Danaher's back there defensively. Mason Cox, Harris Andrews, some nervous moments for the Brisbane defence. They hold on and it will be thrown up deep in attack for the Pies.
Watch out for Bobby Hill. McKenna, he's literally got his hands on his hips. And that's Bobby's hips we're talking about. Bailey kicked 2 great goals himself. Can't get clear of the contest. What are you seeing on the Reds' Ed, Stewie?
Triple M Reds Ed Coleman, 23 touches, only the one this quarter, and some low numbers for the Pies. Nick Dacos 1, Pendlebury 1, Mitchell 2.
Cox taps it down to Mitchell. Scoops out a hand pass. Cox in the area. Big Meso throws it on the boot. Across the face for the big Texan. Still looking to be the first Texan to kick a goal in AFL Grand Final. 2-point lead to Brisbane. 70-68. Bob Jane, Robbo.
Another dislocated finger, so we've had Dunkley with one and McCluggage with one. So heavily strapped little finger around the wrist.
6:15 remaining in this third term. One of the great grand finals we're watching here at the MCG, taken A free kick is Eric Hipwood in front of Darcy Moore. Eric sees Zorko, he puts it in the path. Mitchell got back brilliantly, and a little sleight of hand from Mitchell guided it to Jack Crisp. Hands it off to Pendlebury. Markov's got good leg speed. The chase from McCarthy almost got Maynard, but he's kicked perfect for Elliott. There's man out everywhere, and Bobby Hill can slide in. And they're all pointing to the goals and saying, Bobby, have a crack at goal number 5.
Key turnovers kill you. It was a disappointing kick from Eric Hipwood. He had a man out. He had Zorko running, and he just turned it over. He kicked it to Collingwood. They changed direction, took off to the middle of the ground, and now Bobby's lining up for number 5.
5 goals in the grand final on offer here for little Bobby Hill. What a statement this would be. It's a 47-metre kick. 45-degree angle. Bobby leans back. It's got a bit of drift on it. He's missed. 1 point grand final. 9-15-69 Collingwood. 11-4-70 Brisbane. It's all the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
The Maccas and Motwater, Triple M, Rocks football, big fly, Hoskin Elliott. Dunkley stayed down, took the mark. What is Red Z's tune, Dunkley?
Triple M Red Z, Josh Dunkley, Howie, 14 touches.
Funny little kick, but it works out to Zorko, who's getting very busy. Shoves off Howe, feisty customer.
He can move it, they've got players out.
Oh, gee, I reckon he kicked it out the full. He has. So the Crisper will get the free kick back the other way, defensive side of the wing. Collingwood trail by 1 point, 4:44 to go before the final break.
Crisp short to Maynard. Maynard able to take a little bit of time. Back to Jeremy Howe. Clock down to 4:32 remaining in the third term.
Players are absolutely spent at the moment. This has been a taxing quarter of football.
Howe heads the Mason Cox direction. My check, trying to work it through to McCreary. Archie had to get it out, and he did. Darcy Gardner collected by Maso, and there'll be some discussion about that. It's going to be a free kick either way to Darcy Gardner.
Not sure there was much he could do about it, Big Maso. Gardner sort of ducked into him and tried to run through him.
They go back to the co-captain, Harris Andrews. He goes to Leicester. Now the nuggety Starcevic in the shadows on the outer side, 10 metres inside his defensive 50. Another little chipping ball in the hands of Fletcher.
It's a hot day. I'd imagine that the Brisbane Lions will be thinking about their sub at the moment, whether they can get some run out of Jared Lyons. Who would they take off if they made a tactical sub? Because 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes to go in this quarter, they may not do it right now, but early in the last quarter to get that extra run, knowing that Collingwood have had their sub activated for this part of 2 quarters at the moment.
Yeah, Nathan Murphy was subbed out with the concussion protocols. Nate Lipinski's been used from way back early in this grand final. McInerney skies it. Shane Warne stands side. They're well set up behind the footy. Hoskin Elliott takes a pretty easy uncontested mark in the end at half back for the Magpies. It's a 1 point lead to Brisbane, 3:21 and counting in this third term. Whether the heat becoming a factor, they are tired, a little bit spent out there at the moment. Bobby Hill's been incredible. Lipinski picks it up, back to Mitchell. Flicks it out in the path of Nick Dacos. He couldn't take clean possession, then he soccers it forward. It's going to work out okay because Myercheck takes it.
Looks into the path of Bobby Hill. Bobby's popped up again. There might be 3 of him out there.
He's just too quick for him.
He's marked 35 out, 2 inside the boundary. Might go around the corner for a handful.
As soon as he sees play going forward, he just takes off. He knows he's got the pace to get goal side of his opponent, and he just keeps creating space. Really well-weighted kick from Myercheck. Now maybe this will be number 5.
So he's going to face perpendicular to the goal and then try and snap it. It'll take a very good effort for Bobby. He's kicked 4. 3 in the third term alone. He goes very short. No one expected it. And who wanted it in? But the sail flyer, Pendlebury, very clever.
There are plenty of Brisbane players looking at each other too, wondering whose responsibility that was.
Scott Pendlebury, who's won a flag with this team, playing game number 383. He's kicked 193 goals. The sail flyer, 119 behind.
I wonder if it's an easier shot though. Bobby Hill was probably only 10 metres further on with the snap, but he's taken 5 marks inside 50 today, Hill.
At age 35, Pendlebury for a first goal in the grand final, 35 out. Loves everything about it to Scotty. Collingwood back in front. 8th lead change. 8th, I tell you. Collingwood up by 5, 10, 15, 75. Brisbane 11, 4, 70. 5-point lead of the Pies on the back of the number 10 star, Pendlebury, with his first.
Well, it's a man on top of his game, Bobby Hill, isn't it, Chief? Not only has he kicked the 4 goals going for number 5, but he's got the presence of mind deep into a third quarter to just lay off and go, I've got a player there 10 metres closer, I'm going to give it to him, Scotty Pendlebury. Then he has to go back and kick the goal. I mean, that's no gimme. That was a 45-degree angle, 30-metre out shot, and sometimes they're quite difficult, but Pendlebury got the job done.
2 minutes felt on the Triple M Reds outlanding stats like the late red time goals in the quarters that costing the Brisbane Lions.
Spot on, Das. Collingwood have kicked 7 goals, 6 in red time. Brisbane just the 2 goals, 1.
Magpie fans who are camped out all around the country have just come to their feet. Their hero Scotty Pendlebury, the big goal, gives them a lead back. Here is Berry to Dunkley, puts it in the path to McCarthy to go. He got back, did well. Oh, brilliant effort. Link McCarthy managed to put Markov to ground. Chris takes on a couple of tacklers, scrambles it forward. Nick Dacos clears a path. Here's McCreery. Look at him go with speed. He's got a short one in Elliott. The kick a little high and turned over. Starcevic the other way for Brisbane.
Missed opportunity, might hurt them the other way. Zorko doesn't need to go back. In the end, he just spirals the ball forward. Quaynor, Howe falls towards Cameron. This is danger for the Pies. Cameron hustled off it. 60 from home. Players sit on Cameron. He sits on the footy. Missed opportunity up the other end.
At the barrel from Dane Zorko. Went to go back, realised there was nobody there, and then just barreled it 70 metres forward.
His costly skill errors. McCreery had Elliott all on his own. Can Lockie Neal get through? He spun his way to Rayner. It's been pretty quiet, but that kick will be okay to Link McCarthy. And he gets his moment now. It'll take some kicking. Acute angle. Heading towards that Dom Sheed pocket, about a 47-metre shot for Link McCarthy.
So we've got 40 seconds left in the third term. You'd like to be on the team leading at three-quarter time. 15-0 Collingwood, 18-1 Brisbane. And they lead at three-quarter time. So you want that lead, don't you?
And this is Link McCarthy's 5th disposal of the game. He gets a chance to give them the lead, which will be lead change shoe.
Number 9.
McCarthy, 16 seconds left in the third term. Can he put Brisbane back in front? He steers it to the near side and through for a minor score. 11-5, 71 Brisbane. 10-15, 75 the Magpies. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
8 seconds left. Collingwood just need to get a clear possession here, and that'll be it. Now you'd imagine we'll drive it long. He goes by hand to Darcy Moore. He sends a wobbler down the wing, fisted by McCreery. It is all set up for a huge finish in the 2023 AFL Grand Final. Collingwood lead at three-quarter time, 10-15, 75. Brisbane 11-5, 71. Collingwood leading at three-quarter time, Chewy.
And they're 15-0 this year when leading at three-quarter time, Howie.
They lead it by 4 points. The Kings of the tight finish are just in front. Collingwood 75, Brisbane 71. 1 quarter to go for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. We got the close one. Triple M Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business. They've got the biggest range of ceiling fans for every job. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. 4 minutes until Triple M Rocks Footy. Three and a half minutes until
Triple M Rocks Footy.
3 minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Two and a half minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
until
Triple M rocks footy.
seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
.1 minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Liquorland. Here's to the footy finals. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Good by 10 at quarter time, 6 at half time, 4 at three-quarter time. The Pies hanging in. 10-15, 75. Brisbane 11-5, 71. Grandstand finish coming your way. Bob Jane T-Marts. They've got great buy 3, get 1 free, plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T&C's apply. Michael Roberts.
Howie, this is it. Plenty of pickle juice and ice towels down here. It is so hot, seriously, and maintain that. When the Collingwood chant goes up, that'll give them extra motivation, that's for sure. Doctors looked at Gardner and McCarthy, high hits on them. So, and when they do the sub, it'll be fairly soon, I reckon, because it's so warm.
Triple M Red Z Lenders, Red Z Lending Loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com, chew up below.
Only 11 times from 127 grand finals as a team won when trailing at three-quarter time. Last team to do that was Geelong back in 09 v St Kilda.
Well, it's an interesting question that Robbo poses, Nate. What do you do if you're Chris Fagan in terms of pulling the sub?
Well, I think you need extra runs. So whether it's Eric Hipwood or one of the taller players, I feel like the run in this last quarter is going to be super important.
Yep, agreed.
Quarter to go in the 2023 AFL Grand Final. Bobby Hill's kicked 4. Mason Cox and McInerney stand in the middle. The crowd on the edge of their seats. There's been nothing in it all day. It's a hot day. Crowd start to get a bit nervous, a bit restless. Finally the siren sounds. It's all to be won in the final quarter. 4-point margin the way of the Pies. Cox, McInerney. Umpire sets himself, takes a big deep breath, keeps us all waiting, bounces it. It's a perfect bounce. Cox gets it down, misses everything in the end. It's a block. Getting away with Brisbane and McInerney.
Yeah, Cox put his leg up at the last minute of the ruck contest. He didn't have body, and it was a strange thing to do, and the umpire spotted it.
Really weird.
It's a big Oscar who just punted forward as far as he can, straight to his opponent Cox, who marks uncontested.
Speaking of weird.
Hands it off to Howe. And he finds Bobby Hill.
What a game he's played.
Incredible performance. 4 first half goals. Had a chance to kick the 5th a couple of times in that second term. Handed one off to Pendlebury and he sends it out. Shane Warne stands side. Frampton is infringed. Free kick on the way of Harris Andrews. Just hasn't been able to get the flow of the game, Big Billy Frampton today, Nate.
Yeah, his job has been to quell Harris Andrews, who has been okay, Harris Andrews. He hasn't been his dominant self. I would love to him to get a little bit more touches. So, Billy Frampton, only the one touch today.
He was unlucky then, Billy, though. He led and Bobby just hung onto the ball, kicked it too late.
Lions drive the ball forward towards Danaher. He's just got off Moore, but the fist of Darcy Moore, whose father will be watching on Moss 5 grand finals. Pete, he hands over the cup today if Collingwood get it done, potentially to his son. They lead it by 4 points. Brisbane are in attack, 30 from home, a minute into the final term. McInerney and Cox tangle again. Bounces off to Goey. Maynard, Josh Dacos, ground level hand pass, tries to clear Dunkley, bounces over him, Lipinski. Now Crisp.
Floats it down the wing. Frampton again. He's just getting a little twitchy on Harris Andrews. Giving away a free kick for a jumper hold. So Andrews going to send the Lions back into attack. Just the dump kick. Danaher's launching from behind Darcy Moore. Zach Bailey kicked 2 brilliant first quarter goals. Quaynor went through past Charlie Cameron. Side bottom back there was good. Gets it to Howe. Downfield free kick is there, Nate.
Yep. Charlie Cameron got him in the ribs too, as to see Jeremy Howe down.
Can't be giving away free kicks like that at this stage of the game.
He's still down too. Ream Hot Water built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Usher Plummer to install a Ream. Nick Dacos has got a man out. Pendlebury lifting in the vital moments. Wants to get on the boot. Swings around now. Oh, Candy from Pendlebury, then very short back to Nick Dacos. Not 15. He has to snap from the pocket. Nick Dacos touched. 5-point margin. Collingwood up by 5. Bob Jane T-March, Robbo.
Howe's just got up, just stood up, so he's been down for a while. Knocks silly in that back pocket. Doctor's out to him. He'll be okay.
Thank you, Robbo. Bob Jane T-March from fullback. McKenna heading in the Danaher direction. In front, Darcy Moore. Picked up nicely by Dunkley. And then Joe had a fresh air swing. Nate's found that amusing. The kick over the top has got Bobby. Little Bobby Hill starting to make this grand final his own. Can shoot from about 47 metres directly in front. Punt road end.
Just take me back to Joe Danaher, will you? Had the ball on the wing. Brisbane should be going forward and Collingwood lining up for goal. Just extraordinary goings on.
Just his 65th game of AFL football. He had 63 career goals coming into this one. He already had a personal best with 4 in the first half. This will be enormous. Have a listen to the Magpie Army if he gets it. He's just pushed it across the face.
Could have been 6 for Bobby.
Yep, each kick he misses could cost him a second medal.
10-17, 77. Collingwood 11-5. 71 Brisbane, 6-point lead. Let's get to Robbo. Bob Jane T-March.
Yeah, Lions warming up for Brisbane, so he's had the pickle juice and they've had a little bit of a word tactically for him. Get ready for that.
Got to take off one of the forwards, whether it's a McCarthy or a Hipwood, I think. Get some ball winning around the ground.
Big Mesa takes a nice contested. He's a bit ginger. 80 from home. Chris wants the wraparound hand pass, gets it. Jack Crisp was a piercing ball. 20 from the goal. There's a shove. Got to be a free kick to Brizzy. Got cannon into there, Starcevic. In fact, it was Gardner who'll get the free kick in the last line of defence. Collingwood lead it by a goal on the Triple M Lickland scoreboard. Here's to footy finals. Cheers, Lickland. Cheers to drink wise.
Joe Danaher's been outmarked twice in a row here, Chief, which hurts.
They need a big last quarter from him if they're going to get over the line, Brisbane.
Right in front of Robbo, this is all happening. Darcy Cameron with a big contested mark, sends it down. Harris Andrews, brilliant mark.
Got to pay it.
Huge, strong grab. Let's get back down to Robbo. Bob Jane.
Yeah, Cox straight back down the rooms, and then he's just reappeared with the doctor and the physio, so they're going to have a look at him down here.
Just looks a bit sore on the Harvey Norman replay. Hot deals on barbecues, charcoals, grills, smokers. Bobby Hill! He's run down Starcevic and let him know about it. Bobby Hill can do no wrong. Gets his man, punches it forward. Into the hands of Lipinski. He's pointing to the square, Babe Ruth style. Just get it to Bobby Hill. They go short to go right on 50. You'd have to kick from 52.
They are dicing with death, Brisbane, making unacceptable mistakes. Brandon Starcevic dropping an uncontested mark and then trying to take the player on and getting pinged. You can't afford to do that at this stage of the match. If it costs the goal, it could cost the match.
You'll have to kick this from 53. It'd have to be a massive bomb from Degoe. He's kicked one, drifts out to the right, hits it pretty well, right to the square. Hanger required, fisted down. Where's Bobby Hill? Here he comes. Rush through for a behind. It's now a 1-goal, 1 margin. 7 point to 10-18-78. Brisbane 11-5-71. Harvey Norman replay. Hot deals on barbecues, charcoal grills, smokers and outdoor kitchens now at Harvey Norman.
Kick in finds Leicester. He goes out wide to McCluggage, who
Outside 5.
quarter time, two-man, has been pretty effective.
He has 17 disposals and 2 majors since quarter time, just a 1 touch in that first term.
Finds Zorko, pulls the trigger. Charlie Cameron's the target. Put his body on the line then. Charlie got past and brilliantly bodies fell around him. Maynard got back up, was able to put some body pressure on. Back to Zorko, kicks the right foot check side down the line, but misfires out of bounds on the full.
I feel like they've lost a bit of structure here, the Brisbane Lions, so they're bombing the ball out of defensive 50. Twice Danaher got outmarked, and then on the outer side, you're still bombing to a smaller player. They did win the footy on that occasion, but eventually put it out of bounds on the full, so they need to run and carry the footy.
Triple M Seabass Super, hard work pays off. Nate Brown, Jason Dunstall, Nick Dacos. Little clever hand pass to Mitchell. He just throws it on the boot, bounces it forward. Starcevic leads Hill. Right on his hammer though, applies a tackle. Brisbane half-back, chain a hand pass, ends up in the hands of Bailey. Now Zorko again. He floats the ball forward. McCarthy will have to fly. McCarthy does fly. Mark, 60 from home. Danaher's there. Cameron's there. He's the hot hand. They go into Joe. And Joe marks. And there's so much talk about his goal kicking. This is one of the biggest kicks of his career from 35. You'd expect him to kick it.
It was a terrific lead from Danaher. So you see him double back once and he waited for McCarthy because his head wasn't up. He went back towards the goals and then come back up at him. It was just a perfect forwards lead and it got on it.
He had the right matchup too. Hoskin Elliott was standing it. You've got to back yourself. You had to kick it to him.
60 goals for the season, Joe Danaher. 14 disposals, 7 marks, 2 goals straight. This to bring it back to a 1-point margin. It's all about the kick, Joe. Didn't look like it.
Poked at it.
Did. Missed it to the left. Collingwood 10-18-78. Brisbane 11-6-72. 1-goal margin, 13:30 to go. Chew, if it's all square, what happens?
If it's all square, we have a 6-minute break and then we play 2 by 3-minute halves, Howie. No breaks in between those 2 halves.
Given the conditions, it's hovered around 29 degrees for most of the afternoon in Melbourne, the hottest grand final on record. We were told pre-game Kitty Coleman, who started this game with his own footy, has just drifted out of it slightly since half-time. Robbo, Bob Jane teammates.
Made the switch. The sub's on for Brisbane, so Archie off in the back stalls. Jared Lyon gets his turn now in the last quarter.
That could be impactful, Nate and Chief. Fresh legs on a day like today. Jared Lyons has a big opportunity here.
And he's a good ball winner, and they need a little bit more ball winning around the ground.
Collingwood chant goes up around the MCG. 13 minutes from this being decided. 1-goal lead to the Pies. Pendlebury doesn't get a good bounce. Coleman comes through like a wrecking ball. Mitchell got one across the chops.
How many's Coleman had in the second half, Ash?
So he had the 1 touch in the second half, and that happened to be a kick in. He had 22 in the first half.
Red Z lending stats with the two-man. Here is Kadeen Coleman, who set it alight early. Meyer check, good tackle and good umpiring. He wanted a free kick. They're letting it go, and it will be balled up right in front of the interchange race. On this members' side, they get some changes going. Josh Dunkley re-enters the arena. It's a 6-point lead to Collingwood. 12:40 remaining in the grand final.
He looks tired, Coleman.
Yeah.
He didn't really fizz after that footy, did he?
You're right. He's not running across the top of the ground. I wonder if that first half effort took it out of him.
Fletcher bursts clear to Bailey. Slips at the inopportune time. Somehow spiraled a kick forward. Darcy Moore stands underneath it. Here come Brisbane. Fletcher gets the hands clear. He's caught from behind just in his attacking 50.
It's extraordinary effort from Bailey to get that ball to boot. He had no right to get that out. Eventually he did.
Go back to his 2 first quarter goals. That will be a couple of the great highlights of this grand final. Chance here for Brisbane. Dunkley wrapped up immediately by Tom Mitchell.
Gee, you'd love Eric to do something. It's Danaher or bust at the moment in that forward half of the ground. You just feel like Hipwood just needs to pull his weight in this last quarter.
Eric,
take a couple of grabs.
Hipwood's afternoon, please, Truman. I'll come back to you on that. Rayner tried to just rugby league style force his way through, and he ran into a couple of Magpies. Man, he's been pretty quiet too, Cam Rayner, holding the ball.
Yeah, Hipwood 8 possessions and scoreless. Rayner just 11 touches.
And Charlie Cameron's the other one who got into the game in the second term but then disappeared again in the third.
Pendlebury short to Quainer. Collingwood by the goal, 78-72. Triple M Lickland scoreboard. Here's to footy finals. Cheers! Lickland, choose to drink wise. Righto, let's bring it home on the M's. Quainer plays on. Sends a high ball towards centre wing. Gardner, Frampton hasn't really been a factor. Mark taken by Cameron. And that's Darcy Cameron, centre wing. Mitchell wants the hand pass, gives it to him. It's really well thought out because Mitchell had no room, so he has to go a real up the chimney style operation. And it's across the line with Collingwood just in attack.
They are doing it at the moment. Collingwood is winning some pretty important one-on-ones, whether that's a ground ball or whether that's in the air. They've controlled the air in this last quarter so far, Collingwood.
Just having a look at Joel Selwood on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen. It was Joel's grand final last year. That feels like an eternity ago. We've got one to be won here, and it's coming right down to the wire. 6-point lead to the Magpies. 11 minutes remaining, and Hipwood and Howe. Chief and Nate are calling for something from Ecker. That's a good tackle on Chris. He forces him over for a boundary throw in. And they are tired players out there. They look absolutely out on their feet.
Collingwood do this better than anybody. When it is just a game on the inside where it's multiple stoppages and it's hard to get the football out, Collingwood keep it tight.
Degoe, Chew, Red's Head.
Jordan Degoe, 14 touches and a goal.
Can he break this one open? Zorko hacks it forward. Howe marks. It's a gutsy kick into the middle. Has he put too much on it? He has. It could be a turnover coming the other way. Coleman from 55. Coleman keeps it low. Coleman hooks it. 5-point game. Collingwood 78, Brisbane 73. Triple M Lickland scoreboard. 10:28. The clock stops.
He hasn't spun many that well today, Coleman. Most of them have shanked.
About the tension around the MCG. You can hear a pin drop. Chris Fagan gets to his feet. Can hardly breathe out there at the moment. It's a 5-point ball game. Just over 10 minutes remaining in the grand final. Big Maso Cox. Andrews was good. Defensive spoil effective. McCreary's had some moments that have been positive. Gets it back to the crisper. His kick smothered. Ricochets to Harris Andrews. Hands it back to Jasper Fletcher. Dragging the boundary line. Tried to keep it in and then was forced over. So the boundary throw in. About 80 from home. 100,024 the official crowd. And that gets an ovation here at the MCG, as it should.
Mason Cox pushed off by McInerney. He just out-muscled him. Wobbles it forward. Ecker, here he is. Marks on his chest.
Kick the goal.
He can kick the goal from there.
He'll have to kick it from 52, Eric. It'll be the biggest goal of his career, Big Ecker. Can he silence the MCG? The number 30. This to give his team a 1-point lead. 9:41 on the clock. Continues to tick.
We asked for it, Chief. We said we need Ecker to deliver. Big tackle out down here on centre wing. And I'm going to back him in. I think Ecker, his legs should be pretty fresh to go back and bang it from 55.
The rangy Eric Hipwood to give his team a 1-point lead from 52. Drifts out to the right. Hooks it. 4-point margin. Pies to the good.
Distance comfortably. That hit the fence.
78-74. Collingwood up. 9:15 on the clock.
What a scene it is. The overhead shot of the MCG. 100,000 in the house. 29-degree day and one of the great grand finals in recent memory. 9 minutes remaining and it could go either way. Andrews from the fullback kicking. Can't keep it in. Socket forward cleverly by Degoe. Got it to McCreary and he left it behind Bo. Just ran himself off his own feet. The handball forward's been taken though by Pendlebury. Look at the class of Scotty. It's what he's done always. He makes time stop. What about that kick from Pendlebury to Ginnivan, who just pulls the trigger? Bobby Hill, Starcevic with a big one-on-one mark.
Look at the kick from Pendlebury though.
Harris Andrews. Back and across. 8:33 on the clock. Collingwood by 4 points.
You just wonder who's going to keep their composure when it matters as players get tired.
Who's going to be the hero on grand final day? Mason Cox brings it to ground.
Well, that's what will happen, Howie. At some stage, someone's going to kick the sealer or the winner. We are going to see a hero yet to be unveiled.
I find it hard to go past Nicky Dacos, Chief. Just got that feel about him, the young man. Kick the first.
Kick the last.
His old man would just lose it completely in the stands if that happened. Cox gets it down. McInerney grabs it. Spirals it forward. Brisbane need one. Rayner shoved off it. Crisp. Now Markov. Back to the crisper. Quayner's out. They go that way now. Can he get the handle on it? He does. Quayner takes on Coleman. Sends it out wide.
8 minutes remaining in the grand final. Magpies by 4 points. Will Hoskin Elliott on the Shane Warne stand side. The short one's okay to Quayner. True centre wing. Can hear literally a pin drop around this stadium. The tension extraordinary. Pendlebury just gets better and better. Chew.
Disposal number 18, 6 clearances and a goal.
The veteran, 383 games. He joins the great Robert Harvey this afternoon. Well done defensively. Hoskin Elliott got beaten on that occasion by Leicester. Coleman's kicked down the line. Charlie Cameron one-on-one with Maynard. He tried to flick it to himself. Maynard played it well. Won it back to Pendlebury.
Wasn't the time for a trick.
No.
Wasn't the time for a trick from Charlie Cameron. You can see what he's trying to do, but he needed to take the football and take the pressure that was coming to him and hope a teammate presented himself. He went the easy option over the top, and it was wrong.
At the very worst, you force a stoppage and you consolidate possession in your forward half. You can't be going for miracle pie in the sky, things like that.
Nick Dacos, Red Z Chew.
Triple M Red Z Howie, 25 disposals and a goal.
Collingwood by 4 points, 6:48 on the clock. They're in possession. Howe sends it forward to Elliott, flies nicely. Collingwood looking to land a knockout blow. Bobby Hill on the ground or on the bench, Chewy?
Bench.
On the bench, Howie.
Okay, having a last spell. Back to Markov, son of the pole vaulter, if you weren't aware. Centre wing, Oleg. Points deep. Goes that way. Hanger required. Cox is there. Comes to ground. Lockie Neal. Now Leicester needs to massage one out. Does it well to Dunkley. 6:16.
Gets it moving to Berry. Members wing side. Tracking the boundary line. He's got Danaher. Howe's been important. Joe manages to force him over. The boundary throw in slightly forward to centre for the Brisbane Lions. 6 minutes, 7 seconds remaining in the grand final. Collingwood by 4 points.
A lot of clearances here, a lot of stoppages. This is where you want your better players with their hands on the football to show some class through these stoppages.
There's the class of Pendlebury. Just working and working and working. It's been held up on the wing again. 4 point margin, that's all on the Triple M Liquorland scoreboard. Can the Pies hang on?
They're so tired, you need somebody to now make some energy. You need somebody to take the ball through the stoppage and come out the other way and create something.
Tough Norm Smith to decide this one. Centre wing ball. Lyons, he's the fresh legs, goes in ball by hand. Gets it back to Berry, he runs out of trouble. Nice spin, Berry drives it forward. Brisbane need a mark. Cameron, Maynard, Cameron, Quayner, Cameron, goes it! Charlie Cameron! What a finish that is! He took care of 2 pies! Brisbane leader by 2 points! 5:31 on the clock! Charlie's got free and he just wheeled that footy to get through the sticks, Chiefy.
Well, we spoke about Eric, we also spoke about Charlie. Ball first quarter, he came back into the game in the second, drifted out again in the third, but you've only got to kick a couple of goals to get your team home. As soon as the ball came to ground, that's when he was at his most dangerous. Pushing and shoving with Maynard, I think it was, to get the ball to ground. And then he was off to the race with Maynard or Quayner?
It was Quayner behind him, yeah.
No, Maynard one-on-one, yeah. It was Maynard first up to get it to ground, and then it was Quayner chasing him. But he did a great job to keep the ball in front of him.
About the blind turn from Jared Berry just to make some space where there was no space and get the ball forward. The sub, Jared Lyons, involved as well.
Unbelievable scenes here at the MCG. Charlie Cameron, he's singing his own John Denver song down there, Howie.
4 kicks, 3 goals, Charlie
Lead
Cameron.
change number 9, Chew, am I correct?
Spot on, Das.
It's a warning, 666 against Collingwood. We're going to throw it up.
So it's going to be a thrown up ball. 5:31 remaining in the 2023 grand final. The Lions hit the front. Nick Dacos gets it to Pendlebury. They go forward here, the Magpies. Myercheck. Gardner with the spoil. Here's Nick Dacos. Clever handball. Got it to DeGoey. Quick reply coming up. Oh, Jordan DeGoey! You can't believe it. Lead change number 10. Collingwood hit the front. And DeGoey gets his second in one of the great grand finals you're ever going to see ever. Pies back in front.
That hurts Brisbane, Brownie. They worked so hard to get their goal, and in an instant, the lead's wiped away.
You wanted your best players in that moment to respond. So you're 5.5 minutes, you've got the stoppage in the middle of the ground. Who do you want to get the ball? So you're looking towards Pendlebury. Bang, big tick. He gets the first one out of the middle. Then Nick Dacos runs onto it. He gets the quick handball out to a man, Jordan DeGoey, who can go from 55. So if there's 3 players, I want to touch the ball out of that middle. The 3 players got the football, and DeGoey finished.
See, they got there quicker than the Brisbane midfield. DeGoey and Nick Dacos out of the centre square. Midfield for Brisbane, left lagging.
And Pendlebury, number 1 ranked player in this quarter. 9 disposals, 3 tackles, has 22 for the game.
Oh, he's coming for Norm as well. The big boys in the middle. Tap forward by Cox. Wilmot goes off the ground. The Pies lead it by 4 points. 5 on the clock. Quainer sends around the corner to side bottom. He marks in front of
away another 50.
It's 50 for side bottom. He'll end up 55 from home, I reckon.
It's a couple of times Jared Berry's done that.
Big decision. Fagan can't believe it.
You've got to recognise the moment. He's taken the mark. No point then tackling him to ground.
Where's the umpire going? He's going right on 50.
I don't think Steele's got the legs, has he?
This is your area, Nate.
No, Steele doesn't have the legs from there. I would have thought it. I think he'll be setting this one up.
Get Big Coxie down to the goal square. Get Bobby Hill at his feet. That's what they're doing. Side bottom to land what could be the knockout blow. He's going to have a shot.
Kick a barrel, Steele.
Been wrong before though, Chief.
Yeah.
A 4-point lead to Collingwood. 4:38 on the clock. It's going to take absolutely everything Steele side bottom has got. Hits 50. Drives it side bottom. Side bottom drives it. And he bangs it home. What are we seeing in the G? Collingwood out by 10 points. Clock stops at 4:23. And Steele just goes whooshka from 53. 10-point margin, Collingwood to the good.
That might be the sealer. He found 10 metres I didn't think he had.
I didn't think he had
And he drilled it low. It just had penetration. It took off once it left the boot. Extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, they've turned the game on its head, Collingwood, and now it's theirs to lose.
As soon as the umpire marked the mark, he was supremely confident. He walked up like a man who knew he had the distance. We doubted him here in this box, but there's 4 minutes 23 to go. Brisbane worked so hard to get that 1 goal to get them in front. Collingwood, in a flash, get 2 back. Jared Berry gives away a 50-metre penalty. His next 2 minutes needs to be big. He needs to try and do something for the Brisbane Lions. Stoppages now, but Collingwood, they train for this. This is what they do. This is what Collingwood have built for over the last 24 months. They'll try and keep everything in close now and just soak time up.
You can't describe how good that kick from Steele side bottom is. His 309th game of AFL football, 29-degree day. You're supposed to lose distance, Chief. And I'm seeing something extraordinary in the Brisbane Harvey Norman, Chief. Tell me what's happening over there.
Big Ned. Isn't he loving it in the grandstand? Collingwood president.
People getting selfies with 4 minutes to go late in the grand
Gill
final.
and the Prime Minister were getting a selfie with 4 on the clock to us.
10-point lead to the Pies. Can the Lions land a blow and keep this one alive? McCreary, hold the ball. Play on's the call. He said he got a kick away. And McInerney crashed into Nick Dacos to Josh Dacos. Frampton, but Harris Andrews with a game-saving mark for the moment.
This is what Collingwood, Chief, are so good at.
Yep.
These closing 2-3 minutes. McCarthy on the lead. We've got 3:48 on the clock. Collingwood are 1 goal away from being the premiers. They lead it by 10 points. Ball in the middle. Josh Dacos hooks it around his body. Brought to ground. Good tackle applied by Bobby Hill. And Dash, you got 3 minutes and 34 seconds to figure out who you're giving the Norm Smith medal to.
I think you can see Brisbane's attitude now.
Yep.
Everything they're going to try and do is through the middle of the ground.
McKenna socketed it off the ground. Side bottom was a hero a moment ago. Puts it in the path of Frampton. Andrews lumbers back after it. He's got to keep it in. He decides just to wander it over. And the clock ticks down to 3:23. 10 points is the margin. It's going to take a Herculean effort from here for the Brisbane Lions.
Had to try and keep that ball in then, Harris Andrews.
Collingwood looking to finish the game. Take the premiership. Cox taps it down. Lipinski tapped away from him. McKenna, it's a hurry kick. Where does it land? Out of defence. It lands in the hands of Crisp. He'll take his time. He's 52 out. Could the Crisp launch a barrel to bring the premiership back to Collingwood?
Well, he'll launch a big drop punt from there and he'll just about back himself to make the distance.
He's already kicked a couple.
Yep.
He'll have to kick it from inside the square. And he goes back and across. It's clever. To Howe. Now they're taking time. Side bottom. 2:50 on the clock. 10-point margin. The way of Collingwood. Coach is pacing around. Side bottom. He's going to have to launch one. Can someone take a mark inside 50 for the Pies? Frampton at the back. Falls to Coleman. Looks for a high. Won't get one. Clock will stop.
That is high.
2:30 it is. He's got to go, kid. He's just got to go up the gut.
Got to change direction. No good going up the line.
He does exactly as the chief instructs. Goes straight through the corridor. Danaher launched at it. Chris been really good. They pile in the Magpies. As Nate said, they've got a great ability when they need to keep it in tight, Chief.
Got a spare defender. Scotty Pendlebury's just gone and plonked himself on the last line as an extra behind the ball.
2:15 remaining in the grand final. The Magpies by 10 points. Lockie Neal, the two-time Brownlow winner. It spills out. Little fumble from Mason Cox. And then he gives away a free kick. Howie, they get a goal. And we're still alive.
2:02 on the clock. Collingwood fans can't watch. They're peering through their fingers. 2 minutes to go. Brisbane, they drive it forward. Can Joe or Eka take a mark inside? It's fisted down. Eric, hand passes to space. Brisbane running onto it. McKenna. This is the game right on the line here. Lyons keeps it in just. Falls to McCluggage. Managed to keep it in. Steps. McCluggage centering ball. Can they take a mark? They can. Joe plays on. He plays on. Joe Danaher kicks it. Clock ticks. 4-point margin. Clock stops at 1:33. Joe played on of all things. Brisbane fans gasped. And it's a 4-point margin. 1:33 on the clock. Collingwood to the good Chiefy boy.
Oh, we just spoke about the ball deep in defence. Harris Andrews couldn't keep it in. Different set of circumstances here. Jared Lyons and Hugh McCluggage. Once Lyons got the hand pass over the top, McCluggage he had it on a tightrope. He was just walking along that line, keeping the ball in somehow, and then a mongrel kick into the corridor finds Joe. I've got no problem with Joe playing on there. He felt good. He was at the right angle. He just made it happen. Now they've got a minute and a half to find a winner.
Just did not want to have the set shot, so that was the right decision by Joe Danaher. Now, can they win the clear as the Brisbane Lions?
Ridiculous AFL Grand Final. 4 points is the ball game in favour of the Pies. 1:33. We've got the all-important centre bounce coming up. McInerney, Mason Cox does well. Coming off the wing, Berry picked it up beautifully. The play of the day from Berry. The kick goes off the side of the boot. Hoskin Elliott with courage. Crisp has a fresh airy. Lockie Neal picks it up. Free kick's been paid. They're going to pay advantage. Danaher again. Fisted away. Back to Nick Dacos. Comes out wide to Hoskin Elliott. And we have 1:08 and counting. The Magpies with the footy.
Hoskin Elliott goes short to Mitchell. It's not the required distance. Crisp gets around his man. Has to kick to a contest. Dunkley, it's gone to Harris Andrews. Harris plays on. 4-point margin, 53 on the clock. Collingwood defenders come from everywhere. Maynard spun in a tackle. Pendlebury sits on top of it. Umpire will separate him. Clock stops. 44 seconds. Brisbane in attack, trailer by 4 points.
They were stiff with the advantage being played before. Lockie Neal has a free kick, 55 out.
60 metres from the Lions' goal. They got 43 seconds to kick a goal to win the grand final. Mitchell's got the free kick. Tom Mitchell's got it. And that could just about be it.
Got a man up. Got a man up. If you're Brisbane, don't let them chip the ball backwards, sideways.
Clock ticks down to 30 seconds.
Oh, they're not going to man up.
And they go back to the champ. Pendlebury's been called to play on, so he doesn't go short. Back to Tom Mitchell. 22 seconds and counting. 4 points is the margin. Short and wide to Myercheck. They might be home.
15 seconds on the clock. Myercheck, his team leading by 4 points. They're just about there. Collingwood a mark here, and it's job done. They drive it to the line. Big fist of players. Hoskinelli drives the ball forward. 2 seconds on the clock. McCreary goes hard. Siren! The Kings of the close finish and the Kings of the AFL. Collingwood are premiers for the 16th time by 4 points in one of the great grand finals. Great days you'll see at the MCG. Collingwood 12-18-90. Brisbane vanquished just 13-8-86.
See America's a shouting as America's shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood by 10 at quarter time, 6 at half time, 4 at three-quarter time. The Pies 12-18-90. Brisbane 13-8-86. The 16th premiership for Collingwood to tag alongside Carlton and Essendon at the top of the tree. And you won't come to the footy and see a better day than that.
Outstanding, Howard. They are the king, as you said, of the close finish, and when they needed it tight, they kept it in tight and just inside that bubble, a 5-metre radius. But they had an opportunity, Brisbane. Lockie Neal had a free kick 55 metres out. The advantage was played. There was no advantage. It could have been different. But again, Collingwood trained for this. They've been the best side for 24 months at this game for a reason. The close finish again. It's not luck, Chief.
Under Craig McRae, prior to this game, they'd won 12 of 15 when decided by less than a goal. You can now make it 13 out of 16. It's an extraordinary record. They know how to manage game situations.
And I'll tell you what, who managed that game situation was Scott Pendlebury. How good he was in that last quarter. His ability to be calm, cool. He's done it his whole career, but when they needed him most in the last quarter, when the heat was on, Scotty Pendlebury's ball movement, his decision-making was elite.
We saw Duke passing off his votes to Norm Smith. I wonder if he's going to get it right. We'll find out shortly.
There's the shot of the grand final for mine. Peter Moore vanquished 5 times on this day for the Pies, hugging his son, who is now a premiership captain. Here's Abby with another son of a gun, Joshy Dacos.
To be premierships, plays with all the boys, saying that we've dreamed about for so long. I can't believe it.
And Nick, this is the stuff you dream of, isn't it? But to come out here and open the scoring with a goal in a grand final in your second season, you must just be blown away.
Yeah, the coaching staff put a lot of faith in all of us just to take it on, and I think that showed in our fast start and at the end of the game, some composure. It's just, I can't believe it. I'm lost for words.
You must be very proud of your brother as well. Third in the Brownlow medal, missed the last 3 through injury, got back just in time, but an unbelievable second year.
So proud of him. His goals are always team success, and he wasn't too fussed about the Brownlow. He moved on pretty quick, and now he's a premiership player.
And this, for you boys as well, as I said, you dream about it as kids, but it's been in your blood with your dad. You bleed black and white. What do you think his reaction's been?
I think he's going to go nuts. I think he shouldn't be too far away. He's always preached that this is the most important thing in footy, and we got it done.
Let's soak it up. Well done.
Thanks so much.
Amazing scenes on the ground. Nick Dacos, the old man won't be too far away. Taylor Adams, there's always a story, Darst. He's got tears pouring everywhere. Taylor, he missed out. Bobby Hill's kicked 4. Brisbane are just shattered, and Darcy Moore is a premiership captain, and he's going to get handed the cup by his old man.
What a special moment that is going to be. There's great storylines everywhere, and Craig McRae has revolutionised footy in some sense for mine, isn't he? As he shares a moment with Darcy Moore. It's just that joyful way they play, Brownie. You knew they weren't going to panic. You knew they weren't going to get tight. They kept being brave, and you just felt for me that they'd find a way, Collingwood, and they've done it again, as you called it, Howie, beautifully on the siren. The Kings of the close finish have done it when it most counted.
And you always want to be known as a big game player. You always want to be known when the game is on the line, I can make the right decision at the right time as we head down to Darcy Moore.
2003 in the stands, and it feels surreal, Abs. It's just bizarre. So much work goes in for so long. So much has to go right to pull it off today, and we did it.
Tense moments, like the De Goey goal and then Steele popping up as well. What's running through your mind in the last couple of minutes of such an epic grand final?
Just incredible, wasn't it? It was fun to play. I'm sure it was fun to watch, but we all said at half-time, Jesus, what an incredible game it is. No, look, so many clutch moments. What about Bobby Hill? Unbelievable. Geordie's goal. Steele's goal. incredible. And Brisbane were just unbelievable all day. They just kept coming at us. So, I'm lost for words.
Well done, Darcy, you're a premiership player. Good job.
The 11th premiership captain for Collingwood, Darcy Moore. His team win it by 4 points after De Goey and the side bottom kicked the last 2 goals of the game. I reckon by tomorrow, side bottom snag will be about 58, Nate. It was a big kick.
Well, it was a big game. It was big time stuff from their players. So I've already spoken about Pendlebury, but then Nick Dacos gets a lightning handball out to De Goey, who, we've always wondered, can he be the big game performer? And he nailed a couple of big goals today, right on the halftime siren, and that one to put them back in front. And then a player who played in their last premiership, Steele Sidebottom, we doubted could he get the ball from 55, but he knew better. So 3 of their big game players really presented at the end.
Two-man, just give us a chop out and give us a few numbers, Guru.
Well, as Jason said, Collingwood under McRae, 13 out of 16 matches they've won by a goal or less. But Scott Pendlebury, Howie, in that last quarter, he's actually been credited with 11 disposals. He had 8 kicks and went at 100% efficiency. Overall for the game, 24 touches and a major. Nick Dacos was their leading board winner with 29 and a goal. Crisp, he had 25 and kicked 2 goals. And Bobby Hill, 18 touches and a career-high 4 majors. And for the Lions, 26 to Coleman, but he only had 3 in the second half, Howie.
I can't go past Bobby Hill for best on, Chief. He was electric in that first quarter, and then probably could have kicked 6 or 7 himself, gave a couple off as well. He was absolutely outstanding.
He had a massive impact. I just wonder if not kicking his 5th might cost him the medal. Is that the thing?
Who'd pinch it,
might prevent him. Well, it depends. You could give it to Nick Dacos, who played a good 4-quarter game. You could give it to Pendlebury, who you said controlled the last quarter when it needed to be won. I've got to say, there were pivotal moments in this game. They looked home when they were a couple of goals up, and then Brisbane found a way to hit the lead. But as soon as Brisbane hit the lead, Collingwood realised they had to lift a gear. They lifted the tempo and they went bang, bang, kicked a couple of goals in quick succession to take the lead back, and then went back into let's hold it, let's slow it down, let's maintain the tempo of the game. They are a clever team, this mob. They know how to manage game situations.
Pete Dacos is out in the middle now. That's going to rival the Darcy Moore getting the cup from his old man photo on the front page of the paper. Pete with the Dacos boys. Triple M Amy review. Who covers clangers on and off the field? Amy does. And the Macca's Newman Crispy. It's a star on debut. It was Collingwood by 10 at quarter time, 6 at half time, 4 at 3-quarter time, and a 4-point margin. 12-18-90 to Brisbane, 13-8-86 to go inside bottom with the last 2 goals. Craig Kelly, first year as CEO. Not a big boss.
Look at him.
He's a premiership CEO.
He's bear hugging everybody, nearly killing people.
Mason Cox, the first man from Texas to win a premiership. Choice Hotels around the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the last price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead and book it. And the cry of Collingwood goes round the MCG. And Billy Frampton's in tears. He's hugging Peter Dacos. Jack Ginnivan's a premiership player.
Howie, they just had a shot across the road. The whole centre now, the AIA Vitalities, I think it's called, is just absolutely packed to the rafters, just teeming with Magpies, and that is where they'll head afterwards. What a celebration it will be. Massive club they are, the Magpies, and you look around and you just see so much joy. Braden Maynard's got a bear hug going with his partner, and the kids are out on the field celebrating this one as they should. What a scene it is. We talk about great finals, but it's right up there for me. It's good at grand finals we've seen in recent times for mine, Chief.
Well, that's what you look for, isn't it? When the best 2 teams get there and they both hit the scoreboard, they convert when they need to, and you get a game that barely was separated by more than a couple of kicks at any stage. And every time it did look to open up, the other team would just find a way to get back and maybe pinch the lead. So it's been an extraordinary contest. You can't complain about this one on what was a stunning day for football.
Started off with Kiss, rocked the whole operation, and then it just got better and better. Collingwood 4-point winners in front of 100,024 people. And it's a delicious sense of anticipation, Das, I reckon, to see a bloke that lose 5 grand finals hand the cup to his son at the same club. It's something to really look forward to for Collingwood and footy fans.
It's something we should love and celebrate in the game, isn't it? That you've got that lineage, and Peter Moore's a 2-time Brownlow medal winner, one of the greats of the game, and so what a moment to be able to hand that over to Darcy, who's, I think, changed the way captains go about it too. He's just so articulate and happy to share his emotions freely, Darcy Moore. So hard to begrudge, isn't it, that moment coming up, Chief?
No, it's not. You're right. I mean, we're sitting up here and we get a great shot of everything. So Collingwood's out there celebrating. They've got their families. Everybody's out on the ground, and it is just the greatest feeling. The group of Brisbane players and officials that are just standing in a group away from everything that's going on, just taking all of this in, and I wonder what it's going to do to them. I mean, it's been a 5-year journey for them where they've been competing in semi-finals and preliminary finals and falling short. Now they make it to the grand final and they still don't find a way to get it done. I wonder if this group is going to continue to push and find that flag, or if they don't get it done, or if this breaks them.
Our man Tommy Brown, who disappeared on the boundary in the last month, he can't let Craig McRae alone. He's still in his ear.
Chip off, Tommy.
I don't know if he's trying to get a live cross or what's going on. It's
not about you, Tommy.
He's holding on to McRae's hand. He won't let him go. He's a premiership coach, Tommy. He's still holding his hand.
Will not let him go.
Gone beyond awkward. The hand is still being held.
You're going to have to taser Tommy at the moment, I think, to get him off the ground.
Two-man McRae, what game is that he's coached? Game number?
That's 51. And his win-loss record, how is unheard of. 74% win-loss record.
He won all 3 premierships with the Rampaging
Yeah,
Lions.
he certainly did.
And
a VFL premiership coach at Richmond.
And a premiership coach who's redefined the way it's done. As we're having a look at some of the closing moments, it's they were a hated team, Collingwood, but as a footy fan, you've got to love them now, Nate.
Absolutely.
They provide sizzle.
The way they've done it, they do provide sizzle, and they've got some players that can get around. The Dacos boys have been brilliant. Darcy Moore, so happy when he ran out to the field today. The Crisper, he was good, the Crisper again today. Kicked a couple of goals. Oleg Markov. He's got players that you like.
His old man was a pole vaulter, you know.
Yeah, I do know.
All right, let's go out
the
the middle.
Presentations, we firstly
Are they rolling out Craig Willis, or has he got the chop
AFL's premier partner Toyota, represented today by President and CEO Matt Callahor, and by Vice President National Sales, Marketing and Franchise Operations Sean Hanley. Massive thanks to Toyota. Please now join me in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd like to invite former VFL field umpire from the 1982 and 84 grand finals, Glenn James, to present the AFL umpires' grand final medals, and invite retiring boundary umpire Chris Gordon to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
Glenn James makes his way up.
One of the great umpires, Glenn James, and a great feel for the game.
You play under his era, Chief, did you?
Yeah, played a few games with Glennie. He gave as good as he got from the players too, make no mistake about that, Chief.
The umpires getting handed their awards, participating. And I don't think we really mentioned them. Very rarely did we mention the umpires today.
I thought they were great.
Today didn't deserve a losing side. The Brisbane Lions have had an extraordinary season and are brave in defeat today on the game's biggest stage. Would you please welcome one of their captains, Harris Andrews, to come forward and say a few words.
Harris Andrews makes his way up the dais for an opportunity to speak.
Firstly, just to the AFL and Toyota, thanks for a great final series. To Collingwood, Craig and Darcy, congratulations on a great season, well done. And lastly, to our boys, we'll go again next year. Great effort this year, it's going to steal us again, and thanks very much to all the fans coming out today.
Well spoken. Short and sweet.
Well done, Harris. Please join me in welcoming Chris Judd to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player judges best of field in the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
This is where Duke gets nervous.
The winner of the 2023 Norm Smith Medal is Bobby Hill.
What do you do, Chewy?
Howie, 8 disposals, 8 marks, 6 of those inside 50, clearly the most on the ground, and a career-high 4 majors.
And a popular winner too.
My word, he is. They are jumping all over Bobby, who lit up the MCG. The Judd looking resplendent in a blue pinstripe. Let's hear from Bobby, the number 23.
Just like to thank Brisbane for a great game. You were a hard opponent all year, and thank you. To everyone at the Collingwood Football Club, thank you for obviously making me and my family welcome here, and to the Collingwood faithful, love you guys, and up the pie.
It's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition for the NAB AFL Auskick program, who will now present the medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1, Patrick Lipinski.
Patrick Lipinski, 16 disposals. I thought he went okay when he came on the ground. 3 clearances, 5 tackles, and he was very serviceable. Got on early thanks to an injury, but he held his own.
Nathan Murphy.
Number 2, Jordan DeGoey.
Jordan DeGoey kicked a couple of goals, a massive one just after half-time, on the half-time siren, but then the one to put them back in front. Big game player, 18 disposals and 2 goals.
Number 3, Isaac Quainer.
100% kicking efficiency today. 12 disposals for Isaac. Did the job that he was asked to do. Charlie Cameron got one late on him, but a serviceable performance again.
Number 4, Braden Maynard.
Keep going, Nate. You're on a roll.
Go, Chief. Braden Maynard.
Braden Maynard, he was very dependable today. 13 possessions, used the ball well. Very solid in defence.
Number 5, Jamie Elliott.
Jamie Elliott was very good today. 14 disposals. He gave off a couple, didn't hit the scoreboard. But again, it was one of those pies that were dangerous all day. The small forwards, I thought, lit up the MCG.
Number 6, Tom Mitchell.
Deceptively good today. Tommy Mitchell, 24 possessions, 7 clearances. Got the job done in and under. He was big.
Long journey for him to become a premiership player, Chiefy.
Yep.
Number 7, Josh Dacos.
17 disposals. It was a big wing battle. It's been a big battle all year. It's been one of their strengths out in the wing. 17 disposals, 469 metres gained.
Number 10, Scott Pendlebury.
24 possessions, 6 clearances, kicked a goal, had a really big presence in the last quarter.
Number 14, Darcy Cameron.
Competed quite well today, 12 disposals. 10 of those contested possessions for Darcy Cameron, and he and Cox formed a good bad battle against big
Number
Oscar McInerney.
17, Billy Frampton.
Billy was the late inclusion. Didn't have a big day stats-wise. 2 possessions. He had a kick, he had a hand pass. Kick was ineffective. But he was charged with the task of trying to stop Harris Andrews controlling things down back.
Number 22, Steele Sidebottom.
He was good, Steele. Part of that wing patrol. Dacos on one, Sidebottom the other. 20 disposals, and more importantly, kicked a huge goal from 55 late in the game. Only 8 goals he kicked in his career from outside 50.
Number 23, Bobby Hill.
Well, need we go on about Bobby? 4 goals, looked dangerous every time the ball got near him. He was the big impact player, particularly in that first half, setting up things for the Pies. Could have kicked 5 or 6.
Number 25, Jack Crisp.
Howie's favourite player, the crisper. If you went into a grand final, he said you can have 25 and kick 2. Take that every day of the week. He ran hard, and 2 big set shots to the punt road end.
Number 28, Nathan Murphy.
Well, let's just hope he remembers after getting subbed out with concussion. It's a great experience for him. He gave his all, put his body on the line. 4 possessions early. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be a long day for him, but he certainly played his part this year in getting Collingwood a flag.
Number 31, Bo McCreery.
Thought he could have had a big day, Bo McCreery. 13 disposals. He kicked 3 behinds in that first half. Bobby Hill kicked 4 straight. He kicked 3 behinds. Made a mistake just before three-quarter time, which could have been costly, but his pace was important along with the other small forwards.
Number 32, Will Hoskin-Elliott.
I reckon he played his best game in the first final against the D's. Will Hoskin-Elliott played a beauty that night. He had 12 possessions today. Just played his role.
Number 33, Jack Ginnivan.
Didn't have a big day, Jack Ginnivan, premiership player. Been such a good sub. He's been such a big player for them at times this year. And one of those small forwards again with pace that troubled them.
Here we go. Number 35, Nick Dacos.
Well, we know he's a favourite of the Collingwood faithful. Have a listen to the roar. 29 possessions, only a couple of clearances, kicked the first goal of the game to get the Pies off and running. Thought he was a really solid contributor over the four quarters.
Number 37, Oleg Markov.
That was a pole vaulter.
Might pole vault up on the stage.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Get the Mustaka. Had some good moments though. Oleg Markov again today, and that's a good story.
Number 38, Jeremy Howe.
Found a lot of the ball, Jeremy Howe. He'll enjoy this. 24 possessions, 9 marks. Always posing that threat of intercept marking. Did everything he needed to do down back for the Pies.
Number 41, Brody Myercheck.
Didn't have a lot to do. Brody Myercheck, one of his quieter games, kicked the goal, but when Bobby Hill's kicking them like he was, thought Darcy Gardner did a pretty good job again on him.
Number 46, Mason Cox.
What's he got for us on the podium, Nate?
Just some swagger.
The big Texan, 7 possessions, didn't have a massive day around the ground, but he did compete very well in the ruck. Oh, come on, put away, Mason.
Number 30, the captain, Darcy Moore.
Captain of the Collingwood Football Club, been brilliant all year. 7 disposals today. Didn't have to do a lot today, Darcy Moore, but he's the architect of that back six. And skipping very well. And you can see the energy he has rubs off on the players.
And welcome to the stage, the coach, Craig McRae. Please welcome Mark Thompson to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2023 Toyota AFL Premiership team. I'd now like to ask the winning captain, Darcy Moore, to say a few words.
Firstly, to the Brisbane Lions Football Club, congratulations on an incredible season. You've played some unbelievable football and you've held yourselves in great character, and we've really admired you all season long, and today felt like a fitting end to what was an amazing season of football. So congratulations and well done on an incredible season, and we look forward to many more battles like that in the seasons to come. To the AFL's premier partner, Toyota, thank you for your support. Without your support, today is just not possible. To our club partners, the Emirates Airline, Latrobe Financial, KFC, Nike, AIA Health and CUB and Asahi Beverages. Again, running our club as smoothly as we do is not possible without your support, so thank you. Today's success is a culmination of so much work over so many years of so many people behind the scenes that make up the Collingwood Football Club. So to you, all of you, you know who you are. Thank you so much. You guys make it possible for us to live our dream out here today as players. I want to give a special shout out to all of the past players of the Collingwood Football Club, so every person who's pulled on the black and white stripes over our history. It is not lost on us, the 23 that run out here today and every week, that we represent you and we represent your years of dedication and hard work, and we do everything we can to make you proud. So today is a culmination of a lot of that hard work, and we hope that by bringing this thing home, we've made you proud to be a Collingwood past player. A special thanks to Jeff Brown and the Collingwood board. Jeff, your leadership has been extraordinary and again allowed us to live out our dreams, and you've left an incredible mark on the whole playing group this season. So thank you so much to you, and again, we hope we made you proud today. And last, but most certainly not least, our 19th man out there in the stands and watching at home, the Magpie Army. Your passion, your dedication and your loyalty has made being a Collingwood player this season something really special. So thank you so much for all those times you've dragged us across the line, all those times you've yelled at your TV. We feel it all and we're so grateful. Thank you so much, and go Pies.
I just want to start by thanking our major partners in Emirates, Nike, Latrobe and KFC. We can't be here today without your support, so thank you very much. Also, I'd just like to pay my respect to Fags and the Brisbane Lions. I'm not standing here at my time with the Brisbane Lions. I've always got a soft spot for you guys, and it was one of the best games I've ever been involved with, so congratulations on the year. I always thought this group was a real special one. I could see little things happening throughout our training, and we just kept getting better every day, and now they're premiership team, so congratulations. We love you very much. 2 years ago, we started our journey, this campaign. One of the major focuses was to bring the fans along for the journey. It's been a hell of a ride. Thank you to the Magpie Army. We love you very much. You're incredible. You drive us every week to win those close games. You inspire us. This one's for you. Today was already the best day of my life, because my wife gave birth to a little girl this morning at 7:45. So, darling, I'm coming home tonight with the cup. I love you. Congratulations, Fly. Brilliant news. I now have much pleasure inviting Collingwood club legend Peter Moore to present the Premiership Cup to the Collingwood captain, his son, Darcy, and the Pies coach, Craig McRae.
Pretty big afternoon for Craig McRae, you'd have to say. Judging by Darcy Moore's look on his face, they had no idea that he's had a little girl born this morning and won a grand final, Harry, on the same day. What about that?
And darling, I'm bringing the Premiership Cup home. That's an extraordinary exclamation mark on an extraordinary day for Collingwood and all their hundreds of thousands of supporters. They get the job done by 4 points, 12-18-90 to Brisbane, 13-8-86. It'll be everywhere now, Das.
Who'd you vote for?
Who'd you vote for?
Gave 3 votes to Bobby Hill.
Right.
Gave a couple of votes to Nick Dacos and 1 vote to Scott Pendlebury.
Yeah.
So,
have you seen what everyone else did or not?
No, I'm not sure what everyone else did, Howie, but pretty tight, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was starting to look. Brisbane could have won that game,
and yet you snubbed them.
And then you didn't have a vote for.
Couldn't fit any lines in.
No, not a single line.
David McCluggage was a bit unlucky. I thought he was pretty solid for Brisbane.
There's not going to be any alarms go off about your vote.
I reckon.
No.
16th premiership, Chewy. What does that do? Does that tie them with Carlton?
It does. The heavyweights, Carlton and Essendon. Yep, 16 flags.
Fireworks around the MCG. Collingwood 4-point winners. DeGoey kicked 2. Bobby Hill kicked 4. McCarthy kicked 2. Charlie Cameron kicked 3. Bailey kicked 2 of the best grand final goals you'll see, both in the first term. And Danaher kicked a couple as well.
Interesting, the Brisbane Lions are still out there. You see most clubs go in after they're thanked by the opposition. But
I wonder if that's a tactic, Nate.
Still out there watching on. I'd imagine they'll start to go, and they've gone down to their end of the punt row with some of their supporters to say thank you. But as they start to gamble over off at the moment, but they stayed out for a lot longer than other clubs do.
Sorry, Nate. Chris Fagan was just giving the wind up now, saying, "Okay, boys, time to wander back in." It's like a heavyweight boxer getting knocked out, isn't it? It's always sad watching the side that doesn't win, and there's just Johnny Noble played 84 straight games and then was dropped at the start of the final series. Chief just says that's footy.
It's rough.
That's how it works.
Break here, but don't go anywhere because we've got a nice, I think we've got a big 3-hour sort of rap style situation. We'll open the
You'll be on your own.
lines, and the Chiefs, he'll roll out a quiz for us. Chief will start previewing 2024. He's going to have a look at the cricket season, and that's all coming up as well. Collingwood are 4-point winners. Damo's just wandered into the box, fresh off another couple of selfies.
Have a look at Barrett.
He looks very, very sharp. 4-point winners, Collingwood. Don't go anywhere because we've got a nice big wrap coming up. Collingwood here,
Damo signing
2023
more
premiers.
autographs. If anyone wants some, you can queue up out the front. He signs them everywhere.
It's all happening. Don't miss the last segment because it could get pretty loose. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for Liquorland. Here's to the footy finals. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
For water.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream. 4.5 minutes until Triple M ranks footy. Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
20 seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
The Triple M Footy Review. Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does.
Collingwood are starting a long, slow, delicious lap around the MCG to soak up the fact they're the 2023 premiers. They led it by 10 at quarter time, 6 at half time, 4 at three-quarter time. Brisbane hit the front, then De Goey and Sidebottom kicked the last two to deliver Collingwood a 4-point win, 12-18-90 to Brisbane 13-8-86 in front of 100,024 people. Two-man, a little summation from you, Big Daddy, and then your season's done, my man.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Howie. Well, yeah, 13 out of 16 games, the Maggies have won under Craig McRae by a goal or less, and they've racked up their 16th premiership, equaling the likes of Carlton and Essendon. And Scotty Pendlebury in that last quarter, he was the number one ranked player with 11 disposals, 100% by foot, throwing 24 disposals and a goal. Hill with 4 majors, a PB for him along with 18 touches, and Nick Dacos just continues to rack him up, leading ball winner with 29 and a goal. And for the Lions, 26 to Coleman McCluggage.
Well done to you two, man, on yet another outstanding season.
Thanks, Howie.
On the M's, dominating as always. Macca's moment, I would imagine it will have come in the last quarter. Here's how we call the Macca's moment on Triple M Footy. It's going to take absolutely everything Steele Sidebottom has got. Hits 50, drives it Sidebottom. Sidebottom drives it, and he bangs it home. What are we seeing in the G? Collingwood out by 10 points. Steele Sidebottom on a goal. A few people in the box didn't think he could kick, to be fair, but he did, Nate.
He certainly did. It was a big kick as well. He was good. The wings, I said, it's a big battle of the wings, and they owned them today against Steele Sidebottom. And also Josh Dacos out in the other wing. What did Josh Dacos have? He had 17 disposals, Steele Sidebottom 20 and kicked the goal, so it's a pretty good performance.
Chiefy, have you got some final thoughts to add before summer becomes yours?
No, not really. I've clocked off.
Right. What's summer involved for you, Chiefy?
I'm not quite sure yet.
I reckon you should sleep in a bit, Chief.
I may just disappear from the face of the earth.
A little bit overseas work?
Could just drift off and never come back.
Are you going skiing or something?
I am, but not till January.
And what about you did a nice little European sojourn with a friend last
No,
summer?
just mainly Queensland prior to Christmas.
Okay.
That's okay. I'll just battle away and
right.
keep the wolves from the door.
Okay. What about you, Dars? Are you heading up to Sukhavati, Bali?
I will be Monday night, Howie. Taking the House of Wellness team up there, Howie, just for a little bit of a nice break next week. Looking forward to that, Howie. Okay. How about yourself? What are you up to?
I'm heading off surfing, off to the sort of back of Indonesia, and then I'm going to India for
taking
a
your
bit of the World
family?
Cup. No, I'm not taking surfing or to the World Cup, to be fair.
Right,
Not taking either family.
No.
Leaving them both
It's
behind.
too expensive.
You're going on a private holiday on your own.
After a long season.
Torching everyone.
With a couple of mates.
Right.
Yep.
Please take
That's
mates
right.
over.
I've heard of some
Mates over family.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then a couple of weeks in India, which I'm looking forward to. Hopefully Aussies can get the job done in the cricket.
Won't happen.
Where are we going? Well, let's go courtesy of 7. Geordie De Goey's on, is he?
You know, to be out here
just trying to embrace every minute, embrace every fan. We really do appreciate it.
Mate, I heard you talking about redemption during the week. Must feel sweet to have it now.
Oh, mate, this is unbelievable. It's a cherry on top, you know. It's the ultimate success in footy, and it's something I've been chasing for a long time. So it's unbelievable to have it around my neck.
And mate, you had a real impact too. Those 2 crucial goals at crucial stages.
Yeah, it was nice to get on the end of a couple and slot them, but to be honest, mate, it's a credit to the full team. We grind our games better than anyone. I think today, the result really went our way in terms of the team that put himself in that position for the year.
Geordie, enjoy the next few days. Premiership player, mate.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it.
Nice shot of Gil McLaughlin wandering off the MCG. Here's the Norm Smith medalist, courtesy of 7.
Medalist, how do you sum that up?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You know, I still can't believe that. 12 months ago, I was obviously got traded here, and what an outcome it is to be and spend this with my family and get the win as well. It's unbelievable.
Talk to us through that transition, Bobby. As you said, 12 months ago, you were in a different state, a different club. You come here, they fully embraced you, arms wide open. Yeah. But you just seem to be absolutely loving your footy as a Pie.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, I needed a fresh start. Very grateful for Giants for drafting me and making my childhood dream come true. But for Collingwood to welcome, open their arms and to welcome my family in, it's unbelievable. And Fly to back me in and my teammates to back me in to let me play my own footy and to be happy again, it's unbelievable.
4 goals too in a grand final as well. What was your mentality coming out here today? Did you just want to absolutely let it rip and light it up?
To be honest, I was watching Ceremonial's grand final highlights, so there you go, Cyril, thank you. And and my teammates as well to back me in to kick me the ball and let me do my thing. So
Cyril's an inspiring man, and you've inspired so many out here today. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Well done to Bobby Hill, the Norm Smith medalist. 4-point winners, Collingwood. What about you, Nate? We didn't get to what you're up to, which always interests me over the off-season.
Not a lot, Howie. We'll just be at home. We'll be just playing a lot of sport. We'll be doing a lot of swimming. We'll get the paddle boards out because the weather's starting to become nice. Anniversary on Monday, so
how many years, Nate?
12 years it is.
Would it be?
Who would have thought?
Possible to maybe do another wedding? See if we get new idea on board again.
I'd like that. I'd like to get the paid again.
Renew the vows.
Yes, but Christina's taking me out to a nice winery on Monday.
Oh, that's nice.
Which the chief has already sent a nasty message as to why I'm not playing tennis Monday, so that'll be passed on.
All right, we'll grab a few more interviews. We might take a break, and then Damo's wandered in. He's keen to do a nice big half-hour trade wrap as well.
I think he's pissed.
Which I'm looking forward to hear what Damo's got to say about the trade situations. We probably shouldn't put him on air at the moment.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Collingwood are 4-point winners over the top of Brisbane with the last 2 goals in front of 100,026 people. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water.
See you guys.
Footy.
Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks the grand final.
4.5 minutes until Triple M ranks footy. Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
Minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
2.5 minutes until
Triple M rocks footy.
until
Triple M rocks footy.
.90 seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
minute until
Triple M rocks footy.
Seconds until
Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
The Triple M footy review. Amy, who covers clangers, Amy does.
Collingwood, 4-point winners in the end. Oleg Markov out on the middle of the MCG doing some Eastern European style of jig. He's loving it. He's a premiership player. And Robbo is down in the rooms with a man who's won a premiership for Collingwood, Robbo, and he's now a premiership CEO, and I reckon he'll have a big smile on that big head of his.
And he's Ned, and he's Kate Kelly.
How good's this stuff?
And he's running the joint. Oh, how happy are you?
That is special. That is amazing. Unbelievable. Yeah. What a great game, and unbelievably good club, the Lions. And I said to Swanee, I mean, it's tough, but mate, I just love it.
Over 100,000 people. And Collingwood started the chant after Kiss, mind you. Geez, didn't they set it alight?
Kiss were amazing. That was everyone around me said how good it was. I was sort of a bit focused, maybe a little bit tense, Robbo. And geez, what a great game! What an amazing game! And the boys were just so solid, especially losing Murph early. I think that really unbalanced it. How about the best 23 that ever went around for Collingwood is now Bobby. I just handed it over to him. He said,
how good was he?
How amazing is he? He was incredible, and what a beautiful kid. They're just amazing guys. And Fly, you know, he had a baby this morning.
I know. Yeah. He had a baby girl at 7:45 this morning, kept that a secret. Going nuts. They're jumping all over us. This is ridiculous. Hey, what about Jordan De Goey and Steele Sidebottom's goal when you had to get him?
Had to get him. And then Checkers in that first quarter. It was a really... Well, that's what great finals are about. And both sides... A couple of their goals were amazing as well.
Hey, Ned, congratulations, mate. We're really happy for you.
Hello, Das.
Well done,
mate. Baby?
We are very good. 1990, you win one as a player. The feeling now, can you compare it?
I was saying to someone this morning is when we did it, lucky enough in 90, everything felt rushed and you would have loved to experience it again. Now the way the AFL does it, the way Fly did it all week, the engagement with the fans, they're standing out there now, still going around. I feel like it's as emotional for me, Das, but I feel like I know how hard they are to get, and you sort of look back and you go, I'm really enjoying this, and I've enjoyed being with Righty and Fly, all the coaches, Lepra, the whole program with Wadey. as you know, Jeff Brown, and if you don't have alignment from all the way up the top, there's such hard things to win, and it's such a great competition. But having Brownie there, and he's just a beautiful man. He's struggling today a bit, but he was pretty special to be around him and Dates and Maury. Amazing.
Ned Howe here. Congratulations.
Hello, Mark.
Just fantastic, Craig. We're very
Thank you,
excited
Mark.
up here. Hey, the decision to have Peter Moore hand over the cup if you won, it's going to go down as one of the iconic moments. Photo on the front of the paper tomorrow. How does a decision like that come to? Because it seems the club has really embraced, as Darcy did in his speech, former players, which was wonderful, mate.
So we were sitting at a game a few weeks ago, and Jeff said Peter had just left, and Jeff said it'd be great if we could get Maury to hand it over to his son. And there's some friends at the AFL we had a chat to, mate, and it was all lined up, and it was a beautiful touch. It was well done, Jeff. All Jeff's idea, that one.
Ned, it's Brownie, the vision today. So if you had a stopwatch BT style on the commentary, now if you had Peter Dacos, Nick Dacos and Josh Dacos, I think Peter Dacos had more time on the camera today than his two sons.
I know. Well, I reckon he was doing a few cashies before he got around to us in the function. He was up there holding some sign up, and you got to love him. It was pretty special. We were standing in the middle of the ground with Righty and myself and then Dakes, and the three of us said, gee, last time we were here it was pretty special as well. So the three of us in that same pocket. The only bloke that's not with us was Mullane, so that was pretty special, that moment.
Hey, Ned, fly's changed the face of the game in some ways for mine. It's a joyful thing watching your footy club and the enjoyment everyone gets and the smile on their face, and pre-game you just see laughter everywhere. Can you just take us inside that? Did you hear his pre-game speech? What did he go with today?
No, because, I think the baby came at 7:15,
oh, wow.
Little girl, so he's had a pretty big day, the Fly man. And because Righty rang him and said, now listen, Fly, if Gab goes into labour, we've got to have a plan. Could hear this crying in the background, a little baby, and he's gone, what's that? And he said, that's my baby, I had it about an hour ago. So that's how he rolls, mate. He's pretty relaxed. The whole thing about players coming in, past players, media, and everyone carrying on about Guinea going to the races last night. He goes, who cares? That's what he wants to do. Let's do it. So
did the players know about the baby?
No, they will now, but they didn't. No, sorry, they probably would have. But the board, none of us knew until about half time. One of my EAs said, Fly had a baby. I've gone, really? So that's pretty cool.
Ned, you've made a lot of people happy, you and your football club today. Well done handling it with style and grace. May the celebrations be long, safe and plentiful. Congratulations.
And don't ring me on Monday, Howie. I'll be out of action.
So no fishing?
No fishing, brother.
Right.
Here we go.
Flag pies.
Ned took me and my son fishing down Bowen Heads, Das, and he mistimed the tide. And his boat is so big, we got to Bowen Edge Bridge to go under the bridge to go out into the ocean, and we had to sit there for an hour and a half while the tide dropped to get under the bridge.
Always colourful being around Craig Kelly. I'm told he's in pretty good form Thursday night at the function. There is no hair, but he will let it down, and you can't be anything apart from happy. That's a great result, isn't it? As someone who loves the Magpies as much as anyone, 1990 Premiership player. They've just got it all right, Collingwood, at the moment. It's pretty hard not to smile about it for mine.
I think that's it. We're just about done here. So yep. Collingwood, the premiers of 2023. Triple M cricket will come and dominate, no doubt, over the summer. Well done to everyone that's been involved. Ewan for giving us a crack. Jasper and the social boys. Beery back there as well.
Leroy's okay.
Leroy will be bubbling. A big one up now that Brisbane have got rolled. Damo's been in good form. Tunners has steered us through. And Jace has pressed all the right buttons. Two-man has been dot as always. I think
Jasper looks ready to go tonight. Jasper is ready to go.
Yeah, Jasper's ready.
Have you and Jasper made up?
Jasper and I are tighter than ever, Nate. That's the difference between you and I. We have a nice little conversation. Just a little moment.
As a Collingwood fan, there'll be a mini out, I think, on the podcast tomorrow, Triple M Footy, so you can hear Darcy in action. But we're done here. Have a wonderful summer, whatever you're up to. If you're a Collingwood fan, it's going to be even sweeter because your team have won by 4 points. They are the 2023 premiers. 16th time Collingwood have held the flag. That is it for Triple M Footy. The Pies get the job done. For McDonald's and Remont Water, you know the rest. Triple M rocks football.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy, who covers clangers, Amy does.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks the grand final.